Hello everyone and welcome back to AneurynPlays, and welcome back everyone to Atari Week 2025. Today we have got a short lineup of 3 games that we're going to be playing from the Atari Classics range. We're going to be looking at Adventure, we're going to be looking at Haunted House, and we're going to be playing Yars Revenge as well, with the goal to discuss the idea of gaming DNA, seeing where some games started, where these different mechanics came into being, how these different mechanics changed and evolved over time, and eventually became the games that we recognize today. Before all that, however, I want to welcome each and every one of you. Welcome to the stream. And welcome to my birthday. As I've said before, we do Atari Week each year on the week of my birthday because I feel like my history, my life, is my history as a gamer. And so like with every birthday, you celebrate where you come from. You celebrate your roots. You celebrate your family. You celebrate your birth. You know, kind of gives it away in the name, birthday. So, when I think about my history, my past, I think about my life as a gamer. And as such, we celebrate where I started on that road. My birth as a gamer. And that was the Atari 2600. And today is actually my birthday. Hey, how about that? There we go. So we're kind of gonna. I'm not making a big deal of it. I'm just letting you know. I'm not making a big deal of it. We're gonna be moving on. We're gonna be playing some games. But before we do that, how are you guys doing? Sorry, I say how are you guys doing and immediately move on. Let me try that again. How are you guys doing? What have you been up to? What have you been playing recently? Have you been so inclined as to check out some old games recently? Maybe I've sparked a little bit of interest in you. Maybe what I'm doing here is enough for you. But one of the things, you know, the greatest gift that you could give me is my gift to you, and that is sparking that flame, stoking the fires of interest in retro gaming, in Atari 2600, and keeping that flame alive. There's so many people these days, I feel, that, you know, those young whippersnappers that tend to ignore things that came before them, you know? I can get all the movies that I ever wanted on Netflix. So DVDs are obsolete and they're terrible and no one likes them anyway. And even worse when it comes to VHSs, you know? It's like that's a foreign country to many people, the idea of VHSs. And I think the same is true of a lot of things. Like, I once knew someone, I'm not gonna name names, but I was getting like Retro Gamer magazine, and we were doing our weekly gaming meetup, right? It was a thing I used to do. I used to do it every week on a Saturday. And we used to do, we would gather together, we'd play Switch, we'd play Wii U, we'd play 3DS. Some folks would bring their PSPs. There was a few people there that used to play Monster Hunter. We talked about this yesterday. But there was one time I took a bunch of Retro Gamer magazines and I put them out on the table. You know? I put them out and just said, oh, by the way, I brought a bunch of magazines. And, you know, if someone's interested, if you'd like to read, if there's something that might interest you, you're very welcome to read some of these magazines, some of these old gaming not old gaming magazines, but magazines about older gaming, you know? Literally called Retro Gamer Magazine. And one guy, now, bless him, he was there every single week. He was dedicated. He loved coming to these things. He loved hanging out. But this one line kind of pissed me off for the rest of the evening. He took one look at the magazines and he looked me square in the eyes and went, "I don't do physical media." And I'm like, okay, we're gonna have a disagreement. We're about to have a disagreement. But, like, is it so hard to just look at a piece of paper instead of a screen? Is that really hard for you? You know? I want to believe that it was a joke, but to be fair, he was, like, the only person who didn't read the magazines that night. So, I'm starting to wonder, you know? But, yeah. I think that there are a lot of people that... I don't want to say they hate stuff that's older than they are. They don't... There's no active thought about it. You know? If you encounter something that's older than they are, they don't hate it. It just doesn't register. It's like, oh, that's old. Immediately disregarded. That's from the 90s, immediately disregarded. Man, that was before I was born, immediately disregarded. I swear some of these people don't even realize that the 60s and the 70s even existed. Like, as far as they're concerned, the world started when they were born. And I think that there's that mentality exists mostly because of social media. Social media allows you to access other people. But at the same time, it makes it even easier to get yourself locked into a bubble. It gets you more easily locked in to an echo chamber. And I feel like while there are many opportunities for people to discover retro gaming, when you're being pounded by all of these different games and movies and just information in general, at some point your brain has to make a cutoff, you know? And this is why I say I don't think it's active. I don't think it's like, oh man, that's from the 90s. I hate that. It's just that the brain, you need to make a cutoff. And your brain just creates these short pathways, you know, shortcuts, cognitive shortcuts, to be able to go, okay, that's old, I don't need to know. Because there's so much information to process these days, constantly being thrown at you from every direction, from every angle, from everyone you know in real life, which was normal, to everyone you may encounter on the internet. Plus whatever the algorithm is throwing at you. So if you're following like 1,000 people on social media, you can't keep up with all of that. There's no way that you can keep up with every one of those 1,000 people. And then you might be on several social media accounts. So you've got a Twitter account, you've got a Threads account, you've got a Facebook account, you've got a Instagram, etc., etc. You could be following thousands upon thousands of people. And sometimes they overlap, sometimes they're the same people, but sometimes they're completely different people. You can't keep up with all of that. And then the likes of TikTok and Instagram and Threads and X, they throw their recommendations at you. I gotta be honest, I had to turn that off. I turn off recommendations on pretty much everything that I can. Because it's too much. It's too easy to sit there doom scrolling. I need to be careful when I go onto YouTube. Because if I see a short that I like the look of, and it's like, oh, this is a painting tutorial short. I love watching Heresy for Heretics. He's a great guy. Does a lot of synthwave paint jobs for his miniatures, whether that be 40k or he does some Marvel stuff. He does some of the newer games that are coming out. He made it big doing 40k stuff, but I mean, he's not the only one who's pretty miffed at Games Workshop right now, but you know, there we go. So he did a lot of 40k stuff and did a lot of synthwave 40k stuff, and they all look fantastic. But I look at it and I go, oh, he's doing a new, there's a new video from him. It's a short, and I'll click on it. And then the next one recommended is going to be from, like, Dylan B. Hollis. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I won't watch that. And the next one will be from Youth Pastor Ryan. I couldn't think of his name for a second. And I was like, oh, yeah, Youth Pastor Ryan's hilarious. Okay, next one. And, you know, you just end up, you don't intend to go there. You don't intend to go there. But as you scroll through, you just get sucked in. And I can't remember who it was that said this. I think it may have been... I'm not sure. Anyway, they were saying that the worst part of it is that there is no thought. There is no cognitive input into that system. Whether you go to TikTok or Instagram or YouTube Shorts, you're not looking for something. You're not putting any cognitive input into it. If I'm looking for a video to watch, I'll be, you know, I'll go to the search function and I'll type it in and I'll be like, oh, I'm looking for something on this topic. Alright? And I get something of this topic. But Shorts doesn't do that. It doesn't require any cognitive input from you. It's just dopamine hit, dopamine hit, dopamine hit, dopamine hit. Ah, I didn't like that one. Skip. Dopamine hit, dopamine. Until it figures out what it is that you like to watch. And then it's just nothing but dopamine hit. You don't have to think to get something out of it. And that is literally, that is the death of cognitive thinking. And we talk about this all the time. You know, if you give a rat, you put an electrode into a rat's brain and you give it a big red button that'll give it an orgasm, right? The rat will starve to death constantly giving itself an orgasm. And that's kind of where we're at right now with social media. And I feel like it's not even just like Shorts and TikTok and Instagram and stuff like that. Though I think a lot of study needs to go into these instant gratification dopamine hits. I think that there is something that needs to be looked into and studied a little bit better. But it's not just that. It's also the fact that when you do have an opportunity to learn something, there's usually too much to learn. You know? This is what I was saying about information come from all angles and just hitting you out of the blue. Is that our attention spans are being reduced by these instant gratification dopamine hits. But then also, there's too much information to know where to start. So at some point, our brain steps in and goes, you know what? If you worry about all of this information, you're going to burn yourself out. So what we're going to do is, we're going to just put basically an off switch for certain things that we might encounter along the way. What's that? That is from the 90s. That's too old for me to care. Anything older than the 90s, immediately turn off. So I don't think it's like, you know, individuals making the conscious decision of that's old, therefore it's rubbish. I think that there's so much new information coming every second of every day that it is literally impossible to catch up on the information that you want to catch up on, let alone all the stuff that you need to learn. And that goes doubly so for kids, because kids are in school every day. Kids are learning every single day something new that they've never heard of before. So not only are they being forced to learn in an environment that they probably don't like. I remember being in school. It wasn't just the bullying, I can tell you. I hated the environment of being in school. I much preferred later on going to college, because I'm not going to get into the reasons why, but I had a lot of difficulties in school, and I ended up going to college to basically redo a bunch of my studies. And it was so much easier to do it in the college environment, because first of all, there was a smaller class size. I was in a class of 30. And some people might be looking at that going, oh, 30 is not too bad. Others are going to be looking at it going, 30? How'd you fit 30 kids in one class? You don't. That's the problem. These were old schools. Like, I wasn't going to some newfangled, recently built university-style school with massive auditoriums. We were talking about tiny little rooms. Tiny little rooms. Stuffing 30 kids in. In the college environment, however, I think when I did English literature, it was like 8 of us in the class. That is far more conducive to something as complex as literature. You can sit down, you can read a book together, you can share notes with each other, and there's still plenty of time for the tutor or the teacher, whatever you want to call them, to come in and actually have a conversation with everyone in the class and be like, okay, so we're looking at this, and this. This is what it means. This is what it does. This is how it works in this this is how this literary mechanic works. Do you all understand? Cool. And the thing about a classroom environment in school, there was always you need to shut up and do your work, you know? And that makes sense. When you got something like 30 kids in a class and everyone is talking, that makes it difficult for everyone to learn. So you need to keep control over the environment so that some people can maybe talk to each other about this, that, and the other that they need to, but it doesn't get out of hand so that it just becomes a din of noise, which prevents everyone from working. But in a smaller group, like 8 kids, 3 of us were under the age of 18. Everyone else was above the age of 18. We sat down, we were able to talk to each other, we were able to discuss ideas with each other, we were able to confer and collaborate, and the teacher that we had, she acted like a student. You know, she sat with us. She didn't sit at the front, or sometimes she did, when she was trying to teach us something, when she had like a projector or something like that she needed to set up, she'd be at the front. But other times she'd come around and sit alongside us to have conversations about things. And that was only possible because of the small classroom size. So yeah, anyway, kids are in an environment where they don't necessarily want to learn. I've said this before as well. surefire way of making someone hate a book is to force them to read it in school. That's the reason why I don't like Harry Potter. Because I was forced to read it in school, and I just didn't like it. I didn't want to read it, you know? There were some things I did want to read in school, but, you know, some of the things that I wanted to read, other kids didn't want to read. And so they hated that book. There were a lot of people that got into Harry Potter. There was actually someone, when we received all the books of Harry Potter, there was someone who said they'd already read it. I don't think it'd been out for very long, but they'd already read it, you know? So there's that, and there's me. I'm just like, I don't care. I'm not interested. And forcing someone who isn't interested in the topic to read that book is how you make someone absolutely despise a book. That's just the way it works. It would have been the same if they'd forced other kids in the class to read Lord of the Rings. I would have plowed through Lord of the Rings. I'd read it twice by this point in my lifetime. I was like 10, 11. I think I was 11. I'd read Lord of the Rings twice. I'd read the Iliad. I'd read the Odyssey. I'd read a bunch of the Terry Pratchett novels. But I guarantee that if you would force the class to have read Lord of the Rings, or force the class to read the Iliad, or you force the class to read Terry Pratchett, there would be someone in the class that would absolutely despise not just that book, but every other book that comes from that author, because they were forced to do it in school. There's gonna be someone that hates it that much. Kiko says, my father was a teacher and he hated the idea of 30 kids per class. He felt it made it harder to make sure every kid got the attention and assistance they needed so that everyone learns and keeps up together. Exactly. Yes, this is exactly what I'm talking about. The idea of 30 kids in the class is absolutely ridiculous. There's no way. You've got these strange concepts, you know, of people, oh, well, we can make sure that everyone gets the same education if they're all in class together. Yeah, you can. A bad one. Because no one gets time with the teacher. The teacher does not have time. You take into consideration that you're in a class with 30 kids. You're not the only class. There might be the lesson plan that I had in school at this time was 5 lessons a day. Right? They were like an hour and 10 minutes each or something like that. It was some strange number. It was, can't remember exactly what the numbers were, but we used to have a stupid lesson plan when I first started school. There were 37-minute episodes, 37-minute lessons each lesson, and sometimes you'd have a double up, so you'd have like double English. So instead of it being 37 minutes, it was an hour and 14 minutes. You know, stuff like that. That's what we had. So lessons weren't exactly an hour. They were like an hour 14, hour 15. And, you know, like I said, there's 5 lessons on the lesson plan each day. So this teacher is dealing with 30 kids in lesson 1. He's dealing with 30 kids in lesson 2. He's dealing with 30 kids in lesson 3. He's dealing with 30 kids in lesson 4. And maybe, if he's lucky, or she, if they're lucky, one of their lesson plans would be a free period in the day. So you got 30 kids over 4 lessons, sometimes 5. That's 120 kids that you have to deal with over the course of one school day. And that's just one school day. Then you've got the next day. Then you've got Tuesday. Then you've got Wednesday. Then you've got Thursday. Then you've got Friday. And you get a weekend. How many papers do you have to mark? How much homework do you have to mark? How many exercise books have you received? And now you got to keep track of making sure that the right exercise books are in the correct pile so you can take that pile to work the next day. I didn't like a lot of the teachers in when I was in high school for various reasons. But there was one teacher, and I will name him because I want to flip this around, you know. There was one teacher, his name was Mr. Reese, right? And I didn't like him at first. He seemed really strict. He seemed like unnecessary. Like, he didn't seem to care. It was just a case of, right, open up your lesson book, go to this lesson, read it, copy it down into your exercise books. And to me, that's not how you teach a class. You know, there's no teaching involved. It's just reading and writing it down. And I'm dyslexic, so that didn't work for me. And I always thought that he was just a bit of an asshole. Until my final year. And I got to speak to him outside of a lesson. And he was one of the nicest guys in the school. We got along really well after that. The thing was, when you're dealing with 30 students, standing at the front of the class and telling people what, you know, teaching people that way doesn't always work. You cannot guarantee that everyone understands everything that you say. And you don't have time to go around 30 different kids explaining it all individually. So what's the best way to do it? Make sure they've read the textbook. And if they've got any questions, they can ask later. So you make sure the first thing that you do when you get into class, make sure they read and copy the textbook. Because that's an extra process. It's not just reading. Anyone can fake reading. But if you tell them to copy it, they've got to read it, internalize it, process it, and then write it. What I thought was a terrible teaching method is actually an amazing strategy for dealing with a classroom of 30 kids. Hey Tim, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Anyway, that's me going off topic there. We're still talking about teaching though. With all this information being thrown at kids today, in school, in an environment where they don't necessarily want to be, and, you know, then they go on social media and they got all this different information, especially when the social media feeds are just full up of politics and social messaging and bad news and stuff like that. There's just too much for people to comprehend. And then there's all the things that you want to learn. Maybe you want to learn about movies. Maybe you want to learn about computers and the internet and video games and stuff like that. You want to learn about things that they don't offer in school, you know? And you just can't. Because there's so much being thrown at you every second of every day. By the time you get home from school, your brain is worn out. You just want to doom scroll. So I can at least understand. I get it. You don't want to think. You just want to receive. And I think that we create cognitive shortcuts in our brain that allows us to pass information quickly, you know? Anything that's older than 2000, instantly ignored. And that's one of the things that I want to try to change with my channel. Maybe I'm being a little bit, you know, I've got great expectations, as Dickens would say. Was that Dickens? I'm pretty sure Great Expectations was Dickens. I've got great expectations. Maybe a bit too much. Neo, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Maybe I've got too much with my expectations, but I want to try to reverse a little bit of that damage that is dealt. I want to teach people about history. I'm passionate about history, especially passionate about gaming history. And I want people to learn something that they are enjoying. I want people to experience this with the sort of passion that I offer. So that people maybe get that, like I said, like I call it, a spark to a flame. You know? Maybe I can start something burning inside of you that makes you go, you know what? Actually, a lot of this information is really interesting. A lot of this stuff, this technology is really cool. So maybe then you might get in your head, oh, hey, do you know what? I'm really curious about how this technology works. How does an Atari 2600 actually run? Because I talk about it all the time, saying that technically the sprites you see on the screen aren't really sprites. Everything has to be hard-coded. And so you might be thinking to yourself, well, how the hell does that run then? How does that work? Maybe you can find out for yourself. And maybe you might get into the idea of, well, I know how an Atari works now. I can buy up a bunch of Ataris and fix them. Maybe that's interesting to you. Because heaven knows we need as many people as we can fixing old consoles, because when a lot of people, when an old console breaks, they don't look at it as valuable anymore. It's just like, oh, it's a piece of junk now, throw it in the bin. But maybe I can spark something in you to make you think, whoa, 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 don't throw that away. If you're gonna chuck it out, I'll have it. And then you can take it home and fix it, maybe. It's a learning process. But I want to try and spark that in everyone. Whether it be history, whether it be electronics, whether it be programming, whether it just be the love of the video games themselves. I want to do more on this channel than just play video games. And maybe there's a bunch of you out there going, oh my goodness, I just subscribed for the video games, okay? Shut up. I've got plans. I got plans. I want to figure out and finish doing setting up what I'm going to be doing here on this channel first. But I've got plans. Play the game, monkey. Yeah, exactly. I got plans. And we're going to be doing a lot more of this in the future. Before we do play the game, monkey, let me just catch up with everyone. Tim says, not good. There was a disastrous fire happened from yesterday. Ooh. Are you guys all right? We have a, oh, I didn't mention this at the beginning of the stream. We've got a storm overhead again. This one's a pretty big one though. We've got a supercell rolling in, and just in case the internet drops out or the power goes off or something, I just want everyone to know ahead of time. If anything happens, I'm probably okay, but we've got a massive supercell heading straight towards us. So, yeah. So just a word one. I'll keep everyone up to speed. Like, generally speaking, hang on a second. My phone's being silly. Sorry, I was trying to... Never mind. All right. Yeah, so if anything drops out, I'll still be available on, like, my phone. I should still have phone access, hopefully. I'll make sure that everyone knows that everything's okay. I'll keep you up to speed on YouTube posts. I'll keep you up to speed on social media. I'll keep you up to speed on Discord. If you want to follow me on social media or join our Discord, there are links in the description. I highly recommend that you do that. It's, you know, it's been a little bit quiet recently on the Discord, but I feel like things are starting to kind of build up. I think that I'm seeing more activity on there recently, and that's really cool. So I would recommend people check out the Discord, and, you know, don't wait for other people to start activity, you know? Be the activity that you want to see in the world. Wait, that quote is wrong. Never mind. You know? But that's the thing. It's, be the activity, you know? Write something. If no one is saying anything and you want to have a conversation, write something. Start the conversation. You're very welcome to do so. In fact, that's kind of what it's there for. Tim says, I think the fire has become international news. Ooh, okay. Right. Okay, I haven't seen it personally, but yeah, I'll keep an eye out for that one. Neo says, doing good, but just a little bit depressed. Yeah, I get you. I feel you. Feel you. Is that type of pastry? Philo. Oh no, it's philo. Never mind. Sorry. Anyway, you're doing good, but a little bit depressed. Hopefully, we can cheer you up a little bit. Tim says, history. I used to study Chinese history back in high school. I never got to do Chinese history. I didn't. We're gonna go back into ranting about school in a moment, but one of the things I really dislike about the school system is the what do they call it? The national syllabus. They had this in the UK. It's called the national syllabus. It's basically the lessons and the subjects that you need to learn, at the various topics you need to learn in every subject. I hated it. The national syllabus is a cancer on the education system. It genuinely is. Because it drains any nuance or interest out of every subject, and it creates absolutely nonsensical bullshit topic and lesson plans that have no real world it has no real world application. I was in my school from years 7 through to year 12, right? It's a mixed middle school and high school. We call it comprehensive school in the UK. One year, the first year we were there, we did about in history, we did the Norman invasion of Britain, which was a really cool subject. It was something that I really liked. I like medieval history. We talked about castles and castle construction, something which I'm very much a fan of. We talked about medieval weaponry. This was all great. This is all stuff that I wanted to hear, you know? And then from that point on, it was World War II. For the next 4 years, 9, 10, 11, 12, yeah. 8, 9, 10. Actually, it was 8, 9, and 10. In 8, 9, and 10, it was just World War II. That's all we talked about. Well, actually, that's not true. We did World War I as well, and World War II. some people like to call them World War One and World War Two. I personally like to call them the World War Part 1 and Part 2, because the results of the First World War were entirely the reason for the start of the Second World War. Okay, so it's not really, it was one war with a big intermission, right? Anyway, so we did the wars, and the only other subject that we did was sports and leisure. Yes, that's the reason I took history, was so I could learn about sports and leisure. And what did we learn? The Olympics that were hosted by Hitler. Thank you. I needed more World War II in my life. So, yeah, that pissed me off greatly. I took history, and I specifically asked the teachers, are we going to be doing any history other than recent modern history? And the teacher said yes. And I said, what are the chances we're going to be doing, like, medieval history, maybe even ancient history, you know, the expansion of the Celts, the Proto-Europeans? Are we going to be doing anything like a foreign history? Are we going to do like American Civil War? Are we going to do Mongol, the Mongol invasions across the steppe? Are we going to be doing a history of Britain in India? That was really interesting to me. Are we going to be looking at British Empire, you know, and all the tea trades and all that sort of stuff? And he's like, oh, yeah, we could definitely do a lot of that stuff. We did World War II. From beginning to end, we did World War II. I took that lesson as one of my electives because I was told we would do other things. We did from the first lesson, all the way to the last lesson, everything was World War II. I hated it. I know everything about World War II. Everything. I can't get away from it. But yeah, no, I would have loved to have done Chinese history, man. I would have loved to. Supercell, probably someone playing Clash of Clans. Don't watch the news now, watch it after the stream. Yes, I will check later. Hey, pal, welcome to the stream. Happy birthday. Thank you. Thank you for the birthday wishes. And Tim, thank you so much for the birthday wishes. Yes, today is my birthday. It's, and it, you know, like I've been saying, you know, we do Atari Week because we celebrate, or I choose to celebrate my birthday, from the point where I consider myself, you know, the birth of me becoming a gamer. And that was Atari. So in the same way that everyone celebrates their birthdays to celebrate their day of birth, I celebrate the day I became a gamer. Which you know, interestingly, was my 4th birthday. 4th birthday? Hang on a minute. Sorry, 3rd birthday. It was my 3rd birthday that I got an Atari 2600. Thank you, Neo. Thank you. So technically, I'm not 40 today. I'm actually 37. Because I'm only counting from my 3rd birthday onwards. So I'm not 40. Just 37. Watch this. By the time I get to my next birthday, I'm gonna be younger than Kiko. Happy gaming, but thank you, Neo. Is the Atari released on your birthday when you were born? No, the Atari 2600 or the Atari VCS was released in 1977. But I got my Atari, the Atari 2600 Junior. I believe that was released in 1987. and I got it for my birthday in '88. That's when I first played video games. And that's where I consider my road, my path, my trip began with the Atari 2600. It began with a game called Centipede. Great game, by the way. Seriously. I've talked about this. There's currently a Black Friday sale on. So if you've got an Xbox, oh yeah, that's right. It wasn't on Steam, was it? Okay. If you got an Xbox or a PlayStation, you can get a collection of Atari games called the Atari Flashback series. And there's Volume 1 and Volume 2. I picked them up for like $6.50 each. So if I do spark any interest in any of you guys, and you've got yourself an Xbox or a PlayStation or something like that, unfortunately they're not available on Switch, which sucks. I couldn't believe that they didn't release them on Switch. That was really frustrating. You could pick up the collections for pretty cheap right now in the Black Friday sales. Alternatively, emulation is a thing. I say you should support Atari. I mean, I probably support Atari enough for all of us. I just bought myself another Atari 2600. You know. I bought myself another one. And, you know, check out some games. Play some Atari. If you have any questions about what games you should start with, or where you should go and where you should find the information that you need, because a lot of Atari games, you got to take in consideration this was way back in the day, where each cartridge only held 128 bytes. You heard that correctly. 128 bytes. Not kilobytes, not megabytes, certainly not gigabytes. 128 bytes of information. There are word processor documents that are bigger than that. You know? So, they were tiny little games, and you could get pretty much every single game on Atari, and it only takes up a few meg. Like, it really does. You could literally download the entire library of Atari 2600 games from the Internet Archive. I would also recommend checking out the Atari 7800 library, because the 7800 library is really cool. It's basically the 2600 library, but it's been scaled up. I would also say, actually, there were some games. What was the one? The 5200. Sorry, not 58. The 5200 version of Pac-Man. We played it yesterday during the huge 8-hour lesson plan that I had that I did. We played the 5200 version of Pac-Man, and my goodness, that's become one of my favorite versions. That is a beautiful version of Pac-Man, given how the lack of power of the console, you know, and how well it played. So yeah. Definitely check them out, you know, and like I said, if you got any questions, it's like, oh, well, what sort of games should I play? I might be able to help you out with that one, you know? So feel free to leave a comment if you're watching this as a VOD. Feel free to leave a comment. Ask me some questions. What Atari games would I recommend? Tell me what kind of games you like and what some of your favorite games are, and I'll tell you what I would recommend for you to check out for the first time. And the great thing is about Atari, you don't need it like a powerful PC at all. And it doesn't matter whether you've got a Windows PC, a Mac PC, or Linux PC, there are emulators for all of them. So there's even like emulators. If you got a hacked 3DS, there's an emulator for the 3DS. If you got a hacked Wii, there's an Atari emulator on the Wii. You know, you can get an Atari emulator on your phone. So let me know. I want to encourage people to check out gaming history. I want people to want to be a part of gaming history. That's my goal. That is my goal on this channel. Like I said, maybe I've got great expectations, but I want to try to stoke that fire. I want to light that fire in people. I want my passion to rub off on all of you. No, that sounded gross. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna rub off all over you. I'm sorry. No, that's not gonna happen. But hopefully you can, hopefully my passion can spread, shall we say. Anyway, so, I'm just getting a drink. Hold on a second. I hurt my throat last night. I did an 8-hour stream. It's not the first time I've done an 8-hour stream, but last night, boy, my throat was killing me at the end. Because you talked for 8 hours. I've done longer than 8 hours in the past. It hasn't been that bad, but last night it was. Last night it was bad, and yeah, I've got a bit of a sore throat. Yeah, I'm fine. I just kind of strained my larynx a little bit. I may sound a little bit fried in my voice today, just a little bit, not hugely. But yeah, I do have a little bit of a sore throat, but it should be fine. I'm gonna be fine. I've got like tomorrow we're gonna be playing. Tomorrow we're gonna be playing Yars Recharged, which is gonna be a lot of me not saying much because I'm gonna need to concentrate. But, I've also then got Saturday and Sunday off, so I've got plenty of time to relax. I had a hot cup of tea, when the stream was over, like immediately. I had a hot cup of tea because I could already feel my larynx tightening up. So that was nice, that was good, that felt good. And, you know, I've had a cup of tea today. Actually, I had a couple of cups of tea today, so yeah. I'm good. My throat is fine. It's going to be fine. I just kind of strained it by talking so much yesterday. But my goodness, I had such a good time yesterday. I always love it when we get to look at Atari 50. And the Namco stuff. I was concerned. The reason I ended up talking for so long, and the reason we ended up doing an 8-hour stream, was because I looked at the Namco collection, and I was like, man, there's not a lot of content in this. It's not as big as the previous DLC packs that we've gotten. And so I had a couple of Wikipedia articles open so that we could talk about the Namco buying Atari, because that actually happened. Bit of a spoiler for yesterday's stream. I would recommend that you check it out. Maybe watch it in little 1-hour bursts or something like that, you know, so you don't get the whole thing. But like the big thing, the big part of this conversation, why Namco is being released as a part of Atari 50, was because Atari tried to open up a subsidiary in Japan called Atari Japan. Funnily enough, you know, the imaginations were running wild that day. And they didn't know, like Nolan Bushnell, great businessman though he was, in America, he didn't know that there were certain regulations and stuff that you have to deal with in Japan. So he literally turned up to Japan with a briefcase full of money. And he was like, we want to buy this building, and we're going to hire you, and you. So, we call this a black company. You may have heard of them. They're kind of a big deal in Japan. They're a black company. They're off the books. They hire people and basically exploit them. rather than actually, you know, paying good wages and stuff like that. But it wasn't intended to be a black company. It was completely by accident that they ended up being a black company. And so they realized that things were going very, very wrong. And so they tried to sell Atari Japan because they wanted someone to be their distributor in Japan. And previously they weren't getting what they wanted, so they created their own subsidiary. So what they did is they tried to sell they tried to sell the company to Sega and Taito, and neither of them wanted it. And it got to the point where the president of Atari basically just went, you know what, the president of Atari Japan just didn't turn up for work one day. And so the only person that was left in the office became the de facto president of Atari Japan. He was just given the key and said, yeah, you're the president now. You know? That's growing up in the world, okay, right? You start off as just an office worker, and then no one else came to work, so now you are the president. That's insane. So his name was Hideyuki Nakajima, and he was still the president when Atari Japan was sold to Namco. And this is where Namco comes in. And so Namco only got into the video games industry because they owned Atari, or the Japanese branch of Atari. If it wasn't for the fact that Atari went into Japan and completely stuffed up the business, we wouldn't have games like Tekken. We wouldn't have games like Soul Calibur. We might not have Galaga and Pac-Man. Namco only exists because Atari screwed up so badly. And that's I love that. That's a beautiful story. When you think back to all of the amazing games that we have that spawned out of these early games, like Space Invaders, like Pac-Man, like Galaga, like you know, all of those early games. It's amazing. It's amazing that we wouldn't have games like Tekken today. Basically Namco would not exist. Bandai Namco helped make Smash Bros. Think about that. I'm not saying that Smash Brothers wouldn't exist. Masahiro Sakurai would probably still have made something similar. I don't know if it would necessarily be Nintendo, but Sakurai would probably have still been working for Nintendo, making Smash Bros. But they might not have been. Nintendo might not have worked with Bandai Namco to make the Smash Bros. Ultimate. The knock-on effect, the butterfly effect, is so intense when it comes to video games companies, because one company's mistake results in the blooming of all the other games companies that we love today. It's true what they say, you know, that the death of one animal in the wild fertilizes the ground for a generation of plants, you know? More life comes out of the death of one creature than just that one life that is lost. It's magnitudes more. And it's true. It's true in the video game industry because it happens so quickly. It happens so quickly. It goes from, yeah, you know, this company's doing really well. We're kind of the best that we got. No one is as good as we are. And my headset just turned off. Oops. Okay. Yeah, it's like you got a company, we're the monopoly, and there's no one else as good as we are. And then because of the collapse of Atari, every other company just suddenly springs up and is like, oh, we can take that spot. Oh my goodness, they're gone. Quickly, get our business out there. And that's how Nintendo got popular. That's how Sega got popular. When the downfall of Atari happened in 1982, they were quick on the ball to release new consoles within the next few years. There was a gap in the market. There was a gap, a massive gap. That's the other thing. You got to think of how big Atari was at that time. And there was a massive gap in the industry. A massive gap that was able to be filled with, at first, a few, then a dozen, then a few dozen, and now hundreds of companies. One death resulted in the birth of so much more. We often talk about the 1982 Atari crash, or 82-83 Atari crash of as a bad thing. And sure, as an Atari fan, that is absolutely a terrible thing to have happened. But we gained so much more out of it in the long run. We got the NES. We got the Sega Master System. Actually, we got the Sega 1000 first. The Sega 1000 was the first console they put out. But yeah, we got the Sega Master System. We got the NES. And all the way up to now, we've got the Switch. Admittedly, we don't have Sega anymore, but we have Sony. If it wasn't for Atari leaving a gap for Nintendo to fill, we wouldn't have Sony. Because it was from Nintendo that we got the PlayStation. We also wouldn't have the Philips CDI, but that's another thing entirely. We'll pretend that never happened. Maybe we wouldn't have Xbox. Who knows? I don't know. I think Xbox came in a lot later on, to the extent that the timeline probably wouldn't have shifted too much. But it all depends on the market as well. If the market was different, maybe Xbox would have gone, no, we're not doing that. You know? There was a good place in the market for Xbox when they first arrived on the scene, because there was the console war between Nintendo and PlayStation. You had the GameCube and the PS2. And Microsoft were like, we can get in on this. But imagine if there wasn't a Nintendo. Would there have been a place in the market for Xbox to be put in? I'm not sure. I'm not convinced. Things would be different. And that's the butterfly effect. That's what, you know, the flapping of a butterfly's wings causes a supercell over Australia. That sort of thing. You never know when, you know, when you introduce chaos theory. My favorite Atari joke, what did the Atari and the black hole have in common? They all collapsed. And that is true. Yeah. That is absolutely true. Anyway. This does bring me neatly onto my topic for today, though. And that is gaming DNA. I've talked about it a little bit. Oh, yeah, sorry. Sorry, Neo. It's Thanksgiving today in the US, so happy Thanksgiving to everyone in the US. I hope you're having a good day. I hope you're having a good time with family. Don't talk about politics at the table. And enjoy that turkey. Hopefully your family knows how to make a good turkey. Because turkey can go either way. I personally, I'm a fan. I enjoy turkey. I actually think turkey is delicious, right? It's probably one of my favorite bird meats. I think. I like chicken. I'm one of those weirdos where I will say that chicken with a little bit of salt and pepper is all you really need. provided that you cook it correctly, so long as it's still juicy. You know, it's very easy to overdo chicken and it goes horrible and dry and chewy and rubbery, and it's not nice. But if you can do it right, if you can cook it the right way, if you can keep it nice and juicy, all it needs is a little bit of salt and pepper, and that's fine. Yes, it's nice to put chicken in other things like chili sauce, and my goodness, sweet chili sauce with chicken is probably one of the best things ever. But like, I think about the various like bird meats. You got chicken, you've got turkey, ostrich. Ostrich is a bit gamey. I think I'm pretty sure I've had emu. Or maybe it was emu that I've had and not ostrich. I know I've had one of them. What else have I had? Pheasant? Pheasant's okay. Pheasant's okay. Have I had quail? No, I haven't had quail. And I haven't had pigeon. I know wood pigeon's a thing, but I've never actually eaten wood pigeon. But I've eaten... I think turkey is the best. But it's so much more difficult to cook than people give it credit for. You shouldn't just chuck it in an oven and come back to it in about 3 hours time. That's how you get a nice dry turkey. That's how you get a mummified turkey right there. There's a lot of things you need to do. You need to butter it. You need to butter it on the inside and the outside. You need to keep it basted. You need to, you know, pull it out the oven every so often, rebaste the whole thing. Sticking a lemon in it is usually a pretty good thing to do because the lemon juices and the acids started to soften the meat. You can put pineapple rings on it. If you put pineapple rings on the outside, it soaks into the meat and the meat goes nice and tender. There are ways of cooking turkey, okay? You don't just shove it in the oven and hope for the best, okay? That's not how it works. So I hope your family has got a good method of cooking turkey. Because otherwise this is kind of like the worst holiday ever. So get yourself some turkey, get yourself some yams, get yourself some mashed potatoes, get yourself some of that delicious cranberry sauce. Slop it all on there. Oh yes, lovely. And if you fancy a little bit of extra, let me tell you something now, Jimmy, okay? Get yourself a look at get yourself a look online, and something you need to put on the side of your plate. I know it's not very American, I don't care. Get yourself some Yorkshire puds, right? Yorkshire pudding is a necessity with a roast dinner, okay? You might not think so. You might look at it and you're like, this is just pancake batter. Yes, it is pancake batter. But you do it right. That is you need that. Most people are like, oh no, that's rubbish, that's terrible, and they just eat them, you know? I watched a video of someone trying Yorkshire puddings for the first time, and they cooked a Yorkshire pudding, they just picked it up and they ate it, and I'm like, that's not how you do that. Where's the gravy? So, yes, you need gravy, you need potatoes, you need some turkey, you need to put it inside the Yorkshire pudding, and you eat it all together. It's delicious, you should do it, you'll never go back. You'll eat a Yorkshire pudding on its own, you think it's disgusting. You eat it with a roast meal, you'll never not do it again. I tell you. It's hard to imagine what the game market would be without Nintendo after Atari. Exactly. Without Atari failing, we would be somewhere else entirely right now. Those dang butterflies causing all kinds of damage to the other side of the planet through time. I know! Welcome to the stream, Joseph. How are you doing today? Powerful little creatures. If you ate it out here, it was emu. I think it was emu then. Probably emu. Maybe I haven't had ostrich. Yeah. today in my sink, I saw a whole turkey. Wow. That's cool. Man, whole turkeys, though. Was there a big one? I hope it's a big one. And also some family time. Yeah, well, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. Family time. Family time is great. Spend some time together. Have good time. Share some gaming fellowship. Play some Mario Party. Play some Mario Kart. Or actually, play something that isn't going to make you hate each other. And don't talk about politics. Just don't, okay? No one cares. Everyone's here to eat, right? Yeah, no one cares about your politics for today, okay? Literally no one. Just don't even bring it up, okay? No one cares what you voted for. They just want to eat the turkey, all right? Just leave it be. Be a family for today, okay? Be thankful that you can be a family for today. Only eat, no politics. Exactly, Neil. Actually, do you know what? Let's do this. Let's do this, because it is my birthday. We are talking about Atari. We are going to be playing some classic games in a moment, and you're right, it's Thanksgiving. So how about we do this? Let's all think of something that we are actually thankful for today. I don't mind if it's going to be something gaming related or something that's not gaming related. I want to know what you guys are thankful for. Let's all show a little bit of grace and talk about the things that we are grateful that we have at this moment in time. Can I say 2? You can say 2. You can say 2. You can say 3. You just want to see, like, what are we all thankful for? Why are we here today? Hopefully one of them is me. We're thankful for you, Aneurin. Oh, thank you, Aneurin. Ah, you're welcome, Aneurin. Yeah, I know. Family and life. Yeah, those are a good couple of things to be thankful for. Absolutely. Yeah, I completely agree with that one. I mean, if it wasn't for life, we wouldn't be here. You know, that sounds silly, but when you think about it, it's deeper than you might think. And if it wasn't for the family, we wouldn't have the lives that we have. So, yeah. Definitely a good one. I'm thankful for Kiko. I'm thankful for Kiko. She's been doing a lot of work this week. She took time off work. She took time off work this week to... because she wanted to take the week off for my birthday. And, the thing is that, I don't know if this was like a miscommunication or something, but we do, Atari Week every year. So, yeah. I think there may be a bit of a miscommunication at that point. Because obviously I'm going to be busy all week this week. I ended up taking a week off at the very beginning of November, and maybe that would have been a better time for us to have had time off, but no, Kiko's been home all week. She's been working real hard. We've been rearranging some things, because, you know, we moved into this new house in April, and not everything was exactly where we wanted it to be, so... we've been working on getting things cleaned and tidied and moved around. Kiko now has her own office as well as me having my office. So we're moving some furniture around, so she's got some furniture in there. You know, things are finally happening, and yeah, it's good. She's been working real hard this week, so I'm really thankful for her. She's picking up the slack because I've been sleeping so terribly. I've been sleeping so poorly the past few weeks. And, you know, Kiko's been picking up the slack so much that, take this moment to be thankful for that. Joseph says, I am thankful for my new computer. Perfect timing to buy one too, man. Holy crap. Perfect timing to buy one, I tell you. Things are gonna get bad real quick, I think. I didn't realize how bad it had already gotten when I mentioned the fact that there's a part shortage. But there's something happening right now called the RAM Wars, where companies are trying to outbid each other on buying RAM. And the price has gone up by triple. The price of RAM has tripled in the past couple of months. It's insane. Yeah, you picked the exact right time to get a PC. It's insane out there. It's gonna get worse. And friends, Neo says, of course. And friends and family. See, the thing about friends and family is the family of the family you were born into, and your friends are the family that you choose. That's the only real difference. Some of you are family by blood, others are family by choice. And like I was saying, I'm thankful for Kiko, and you know, she's not family by blood. She's family by choice. That's the thing that I think a lot of people forget about, you know, is that when you are related to your parents, but your parents aren't related, that's a family by choice. It's just as important as friends. You're not necessarily kissing your homies goodnight, but you know what I mean. And I just want to say, there's nothing wrong with kissing your homies goodnight, all right? Just saying. But I tell you, like I said, I'm thankful for Kiko. I'm thankful for all of you guys, because I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for you guys. I wouldn't be still doing this. I don't think I would. I've tried to make a, you know, a show of it in the past. I've tried to say, you know what, I would probably be streaming anyway, but the truth is, you know, there's always the argument that happens, like, someone will turn around and say on social media something along the lines of, streaming is much harder than a regular 9 to 5. And I don't know where I stand on that argument, because sometimes I feel like streaming is just really fun. I just get to hang out and chat and play games. But then there are other times where I genuinely feel drained and worn out, and I feel ill. After last night, I did the 8-hour stream with Atari 50. I had such a sore throat afterwards. And I don't really have time to recover, you know? I don't get to sit down and go, okay, I'm just going to recover. I need to get back on that. I need to stream again today, you know? I'm not sleeping, and because I'm not sleeping, it makes everything else in my day harder. And there are some times where I will just go, I don't want to stream. I just don't want to. There's too much effort involved. Sometimes I just don't want to have to think. I don't want to have to speak. Sometimes I just want to sit down in front of a game and just play it. So, if I was 100% honest with myself, if I wasn't huffing the copium, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. I wouldn't have something worth waking up to if it wasn't for you. I wouldn't have... I mean, I couldn't really call this a job at the moment, but I wouldn't have this amazing hobby. This something that I can do in my day, something I can call my own. Something that I can say that I'm proud of. I wouldn't have that if it wasn't for you. I would be exactly where I was 4 years ago. 5 years ago, sorry. I'd be sitting there thinking to myself, I've got nothing to do in life. I've got nothing that I can be proud of. I've got nothing that is mine. I'm nothing. But I do know. I decided to start streaming in 2021. It didn't go well at first. Actually, I kind of semi-attempted some stuff in 2020 as well, but that didn't... none of that happened, you know? I was always too nervous to hit the go live button. But in 2021, in March, I started streaming. I wanted the first game that I streamed to be A Link to the Past. And the first stream was an absolute disaster. It made me feel like, you know, for all of these people that say, oh, streaming is so easy, it's not even a real job. And, you know, and I was there, I was struggling. I was spending all night and all day learning about streaming to try and get this to work, and it just wasn't working. And I felt like I was the graphic designer, I was tech support, I was the entertainer, I was everything. I was everything except for the artist, which was Kiko. I didn't know who to turn to, I didn't know who to ask. I didn't know about music rules, I didn't know about how to properly set things up. It felt so hard. And with everyone saying, oh man, streaming is super easy, it's not even a real job, you know? That is like the worst message to give. Because people who are doing it and discovering it for the first time, that have literally no help, who don't know how to do it, don't know who to turn to and who to ask. If you are doing it by yourself, literally, and like, sure, I was making it harder for myself. I could have gone to like Fiverr or something and hired someone to make overlays for me. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do it myself. I wanted to be me. I wanted to be mine. I wanted to be my thing. So the people who say that streaming is oh, it's super easy, it's not even a real job, you know? Those are the people who are successful. You know? Those are the people that got successful. It's easy for you now. Maybe you've forgotten how difficult it was at the beginning. Maybe you forgot how difficult it was to get the kind of graphics and things that you want for... Maybe you forgot how expensive things have gotten. Or maybe you don't even realize how expensive things have gotten for people in this space. The technology has been going up in price instead of down. Because there's such a demand for streaming, microphones are going up in price when they really shouldn't be. This is the same technology we've had for the past 50 years. Some of it is better, some of the technology, some of the electronics, some of the software is better, but this technology we've had for ages. But it's getting more expensive. It's doing that because these companies are capitalizing on us. So it's harder. There's a greater barrier to entry to being a streamer these days. And then if you're working another job, if you've already got a job, finding the time to do it, finding the effort to do it. You've just come home from a long day, 8-hour shift, and now you want to do another 6 hours on stream. It's so easy to just say, I don't want to do that. I don't need to do that. I can play the game for myself. And I agree with you, Joseph. The go live button is a difficult button to push. Even now it can be. Even now, I sometimes sit here thinking to myself, okay, so I've decided to play this game, but I don't know anything about it. I don't know what to say. And I sit here thinking to myself, am I going to cock this up? Am I going to screw this up? And that, every time I think, am I going to screw this up? Even if I think to myself, no, I'm not. I know what I'm doing. Every time I think, oh, but you could screw it up, it gets harder to press the button. It gets harder and harder and harder. Every second, every moment, every minute that passes beyond your starting time becomes a, oh, should I press it? Oh, I don't know, I'm a bit late now. Oh my goodness. Everyone's going to think that I don't care. Everyone's going to think that I just need, you know, I should have just pressed the button ages ago. I'm going to get hassled for it. I'm going to get harassed for it, perhaps. And that's the other thing then, is you got the people that come into these streams and they're just here to cause shit. They're just here to cause trouble. There's another reason to not bother. Streaming is not easy. I'm not saying it's the hardest job in the world. I'm saying it's not easy. Especially for those who want to do things their way. They want to find out how the system works for themselves. That you, like I said, you are literally doing the job of entertainer, graphic designer, tech support. But not only that, you need to be a tutor to yourself as well and learn how to do the tech support and the graphic design. It's not easy. It's especially not easy to click go live for the very first time and not know if the stream is actually going to work. And it didn't for me at first. I tried a couple of times in March. I left it for a month and I came back in April. And it worked. It took an extra month. After I thought I was ready, it took another month until I was actually ready. So sometimes I sit here thinking to myself, man, I just don't want to stream today. And if you're someone like PewDiePie, if you're someone like Asmongold, if you're someone like Tectone, Emiru, if you're someone like the girls from HoloLive or the guys from HoloStars, maybe not so much the HoloLive HoloStars guys, but if you're someone who's independent, if you're someone like Shy Lily, if you're someone like Silvervale, if you're someone like Iron Mouse, you can just go, I don't feel like it today. I'll earn another $100,000 tomorrow. It's not a big deal. I don't have to stream today. So long as I get that, sponsorship out at some point this week, I don't have to go live today. Good for you. And I mean that. That sounded really snarky. That sounded really catty. I mean it. Good for you. Congratulations on getting this far. I'm thankful today that you've been able to do that. But that's not the experience of small creators. And it is wrong, it is insulting to assume that it is. It's not easy being a small creator because I don't make anything from this. But I get on here every single day because if I don't, the algorithm is going to get rid of me. I get on here every single day, barring 2. I do 5 days a week. I come on here every single day because I'm terrified that the algorithm is going to forget me and I am not going to see anyone turning up to my streams. People like to think that, oh, streaming's easy, you just don't go live that day. You can't risk that. If you actually want to succeed as a streamer, you can't risk missing a day unless you absolutely have to. Unless you absolutely have no internet. Unless you absolutely have no power. You need to figure out a way to do it. Even in the middle of us moving in March and April, I still took the time to set up my phone and do a live stream. I had no idea how to do that. Those streams are awful, frankly. But I still had to take the time to do it just in case. Just in case the algorithm forgot me. But, and this is what turns this around from being a rant to being a thank you. But I know even if the algorithm does forget me, that there are people out there, they're out there right now, the people who are in the chat right this second. People like Pow, people like Tim, people like Joseph, people like Neo. And people who aren't here today because they've got their own shit going on. People like Mary. People like Mint. People like Max. People like Plague Dog. People like Ritterwolf. People like Kay. And of course Kiko, who is also here every single stream. She comes home from work and she gets back on and works as a moderator for me. For free. For nothing. I know you guys are gonna be here. I know it's worth coming online, even if it's just for one of you. So when I say I'm thankful for you guys, that ain't a joke. That ain't just being a YouTuber saying, oh, big thank you to every one of my 1 million subscribers. No. It's so easy to just lump these sorts of things into the same pile. So easy to just be like, oh yeah, you know, everyone says that, every YouTuber says it. No. You guys keep me coming back. You guys give me a reason to get on stream. You guys give me a purpose in life. And you will never, ever understand how truly thankful I am for that. I couldn't possibly begin to describe how thankful I am that you have given me a life. You've given me something to be proud of. You've given me something worth talking about. You've given me something worth waking up for. So this Thanksgiving and my birthday, thank you for helping me reach 40. Because I might not have made it myself. I don't think I could have made it myself. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. What do you do when you reach the age of 40 and you're shocked? To borrow a phrase from Eric Church, what happens when you thought that you wouldn't outlive Hank and Jesus? Thank you, everyone. Just give me a moment to compose myself. Thanks, everyone. Just gonna go back over what people were talking about while I was going off. I'm thankful for you too, because even with the difficulties you face, you help stabilize me and ground me. This is Kiko, by the way. Sorry, I should have said that. Kiko posted, I'm thankful for you too, talking to me, because even with the difficulties that you face, you help stabilize me and ground me when I've had to change my career and meet new challenges. You're my partner in life, and you're also my best friend. And we're on this journey together. I'm thankful for the friends who have supported us, both, who swooped in when we needed some muscle or when we needed a shoulder. It makes me happy to see them, talk with them, and I'm blessed to know them. Yeah. I think one of the things that I've learned, especially this year, is that, like I said, there's no difference between friends and family. I always used to categorize the two as being separate, you know, as we do, friends and family. Yeah, you know. But like I said, family are the people that are the people that you were born into, you know, you share blood with. And friends are the family that you choose along the way. I've got friends that are closer to me than certain family members. That's not I'm not proud of that. I'm not saying that, oh yeah, look how good my friends are. I'm saying look how terrible some of my family members are. We didn't get to choose who we were born, what family we were born into. And I think we can all, if not ourselves, we know of someone who was born into a family that they didn't deserve. It's so common. But we choose our friends. We meet people along the way. We discover people that we want to be close to. We learn about them. We experience time with them. We share those moments. And they are family. Through pure happenstance, I moved to Australia, and obviously I had to leave my family behind. I have family who live out in Australia. I actually have family in a lot of places around the world. I have family that live in Europe. I have family that live in Canada. I have family that live in Australia. I was told by a family member out here that I was not their real family. I'm not going to go into details on that one, and I kind of hope that the people involved don't know about this, because it was said to me in private, and I don't want to cause any disruption for them. But I was taken aside by someone, was not a blood relative, but was married to a blood relative of mine, and I was told, "You are not my family." They felt the need to disown me. For the life of me, I don't know why. I've never figured that out. Just that this person was a horrible person. But I was told quite categorically, "You are not family." And I was like, okay, fine. We'll leave tomorrow. But, like I said, by pure happenstance, we met someone who we hung out with. Through them, we met their housemate, and through their housemate we met Plague Doc, and through Plague Doc I gained another family. Plague Doc's mother and father are like a mother and father to me. Plague Doc's sister is like a sister to me. Unlike my sister, who's like a stranger to me. I mean, I suppose by comparison, the girl that lives next door is like a sister to me compared to my sister. But there we go. But by pure happenstance, by one person knowing another person knowing another person, that I gained a family out here in Australia that I never thought I would have. I've always felt so far away. And I feel like the more that my relationship with Plague Doc's family has grown, the more I've been able to grow my relationship with my own family back home. I feel there's always been like a block, you know, between us. There was always a wall between us. Because maybe it's because I was different. Maybe it was because of expectations. I don't know. I don't want to speculate on stream. Because I don't want to cast any aspersions on their character. But there was always a block, a wall between us. And I feel as I have come to know Plague Doc's family, and as I feel like I've become a part of their family, and they've become a part of mine, I have been able to open up and be more accepting and forgiving, and I've been able to grow closer to my own family, even though they're so far away. So I'm thankful for family as well. Thank you, Neo. And Kiko. Friends and family. There's no difference. They both begin with F, it's close enough. Joseph says, I've streamed a few times now and I like doing it, but even still the go live button was so hard to push. And then one day, I did not push it. And now it has been a few years since going live. Man, I want to encourage you to do that. I want to encourage you to press the go live button. Chat with me afterwards. Send me a message. Chat with me on Discord. I'm still working on my own stuff right now, but once I'm finished with my new overlays, we'll get you set up. If you want to do this, if you want to be a streamer, if that's something that you are interested in, let's talk about that. Let's get you set up. I'm willing to put the work in for you. I don't see this as competition. This is something which I've said a few times. I don't see streaming as competition. It's not. All of us streamers, all of us little streamers, we should be working together. We should be pushing each other. We should be working like a network, like a web. Do you remember the old days of web comics? Things called web rings? What you would have is a small group of websites that collaborated with each other. They didn't charge each other for advertising space, but every one of them would have a link to each of the other websites. And that was so if someone came to my website and they liked the content, there would be a link to other similar content. And we'd help each other out. If I grew, that meant everyone else grew. If one of them grew, it meant that I grew as well. That was the whole point of web rings. That's the whole point of community. And that's why I was always on board with helping out Swill. Now Swill has decided to stream on TikTok, and you know, I wish him all the best. Unfortunately, I can't really help him with TikTok, but he's doing well over there. Apparently, he's got quite a few followers now, and apparently he was having some really bad negativity here on YouTube, which I find incredibly disappointing. But I'm glad to see that he's doing better, even if it's not really something I can help him with anymore. But I genuinely believe that if you want to be a streamer, if that's something that I can help you with, I will. I want to help you. I can't promise my help to everyone, but I can at very least try to point you guys in the right direction, because I've gone through all of this as well. You know, I've done everything myself here. Everything here is, you know, aside from programming OBS, which I didn't do, everything that you see here is something that I've created. All of the graphics, the styling on the chat, the on-screen chat, I did that myself. It was useful to know how to do, you know, website design. It's really useful. So yeah, the clock. I know this is probably something that most people don't even notice. The top right of the screen, there's a clock. No, it says November 27th, 2025, 8:27 AEST. I programmed that myself. It's an easy enough program to do, but I programmed that myself in PHP. I want to help people. If you want to be a streamer, I want to be there to help you, if I can. And if I can't, I will point you at someone who can. So, yeah, Joseph, if you want to stream, send me a message. I want to work with you, because that's another thing, you know, like I said, it's not entirely selfless. If I can get you up and streaming, and you get attention, and you get big, and you surpass me, and you get to 1,000 subscribers in 3 months, just remember who put you there. Just remember that I put you there. I made you. I can unmake you. Neo says it scares me that sometimes people go live and get low views and they're disappointed with themselves. That was one of the things that I had to get over very, very quickly. It was something I had to realize it wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault. You know, you can be more entertaining, sure, but if no one sees your stream, it doesn't matter how entertaining you are. You could be playing the most recent game release ever, right? You literally, I got a game today, it literally released today, I'm playing it now. And you could be the most entertaining person on the planet. But if no one finds your stream, there's nothing you can do about that. It's not your fault. That goes for everyone. Everyone who's out there right now listening to this, I want you to know it's not necessarily your fault. And I'm saying necessarily because, yeah, sometimes people don't know to put more effort into certain parts of their streams. But that, again, that's not your fault. You're not at fault for having low views. It's not a like a moral wrong. You might be incorrect about some things, but so long as you're trying, ignorance is something that we all start with. Crazy thought, I know, but you didn't even know how to speak when you were born. It's okay to not know something. And it's okay to seek help. And that almost sounds like a, please, if you want to be a streamer, seek help. See a doctor immediately. It's okay to ask other people for help. And sometimes you have to be careful who you ask. Sure. Because there are going to be people that don't want to. But if you find someone like me, look at me, I don't have 1,000 subscribers. I don't have close to 1,000. Oh, getting closer. 820. I don't have 1,000 subscribers. I don't have all the answers. But I will do what I can to help you get there. And if you get to 1,000 subscribers before me, good. Send some my way. I'm okay with that. I consider that a success. Because you were a success. You did it. You did the thing. It feels good to me because I know I helped. Your success is your success, but because you were successful, I feel like I did something. It's not, you know, like I said, nothing is truly selfless in this world. But I'd love to see you guys succeed. So like I said, Discord, that's the best place to get hold of me. There's a link in the description. If you're not in our Discord already, hit that link. Come and join us. And let's have a chat about that. I don't think I've got a specific section about streaming. But, you know, chat in general chat. Open up a thread or something. Let's see if we can figure something out. Like, if someone wants to start streaming, where do you start? How do you start? What should you care about? Because I think that's something as well. You know, if you don't know what you need to do, sometimes you focus so strongly on one thing. Oh, I need to get the right camera. Well, sure. I mean, yeah, that's important too. But did you know that sound is actually far more important than visuals? You can stream without a camera. But most of the time, if you got a bad microphone, if the microphone sounds tinny, if it sounds fuzzy and distorted, people will turn off immediately. People are more likely to tolerate visuals than they are to tolerate sound. So there's a good example. You could be focusing so hard. Oh no, I need to get this 4K camera that does a 4K at 120 FPS. I need to make sure I get it. It's like a $10,000 camera. And you're using a microphone on a headset. That's fine. You didn't know. You're not an idiot. You didn't know. That's okay. It's okay to not know. But let's have a conversation about it. Let's see if we can correct some thinking. Let's see if we can get you doing, you know, some of the things that that I've made mistakes on in the past. Let's see if we can fix that so that you don't make the same mistakes. And we see where we go from here. And who knows, you might choose to not take my advice. You could do the exact opposite and it'll still work for you. That's good information. That's information that I want. That's information that other people want. It's good to know when something works and when something doesn't work and the reasons why. That's how we learn. That's how we take this wild, crazy experience that we each individually have streaming and turn it into, okay, I think I know what to do here. Oh, right, I know how we can improve. I know how we can succeed. Only crazy people become streamers? Yes. One of the things that people used to say is only narcissists become good YouTubers. Because a lot of people would be like, oh my goodness, these people are so up themselves. How could you possibly have such a high opinion of yourself? Because only narcissists become YouTubers. That sounds really harsh, but it's true. You have to think good of yourself, positive of yourself, to think that other people give a shit about what you have to say. The people who find it easy to to click the go live button, they are people who genuinely think the world needs to know what they have to say. And I didn't have that when I first started, but that's I've kind of grown that ego. But I think like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that everyone gets, like, really egotistical. But, like, look at people like Markiplier. Markiplier is so humble. PewDiePie, even. He went through a period where he was acting a bit like a dick. But he's so humble now. He's realized that, yeah, okay, I've got millions of subscribers, but I'm still a human being. Jacksepticeye. He's another one. I think he went through a bit of an ego phase, but he tends to be pretty chill now. Even Asmongold has an anti-ego. He's got, like, negative ego. And it seems to work for him. Yeah, because he hates himself to a great degree, and people desperately telling him, look, dude, you're not as bad as you think you are. And he continues to prove us wrong. But yeah, I think I've gained a little bit of an ego. I think more positively about myself in a way that I never did before. And I think that, like I said, I feel like I have something to share. Now, am I the only one who's trying to share this one thing? No. No, I don't think so. But I think I've got a unique perspective. I've got my perspective. I've got my passion. I've got my fire that I want to spread. I want to talk about the positives of video games. I want to talk about the positives of understanding gaming history. I want to talk about the positives of understanding gaming DNA and understanding where modern video games come from. And they come from the games that we had, which were just one game mechanic. Look at this. Look at it. Look at me. Look at me. Look how good I'm doing right now. I'm pulling this entire conversation back to where we started. I feel like I have my own way of doing things, and if my way works for other people, if it helps other people, if it encourages other people, if it helps people to understand retro gaming, if it helps people to understand video game history, if it helps people to get an appreciation for retro games and Atari games and NES games and Sega Master System games, when previously they just thought to themselves, nah, it's older than the 2000s, I don't care, then I consider that a win. I think I see a lot of people, I used to, I don't see it so often anymore. But I used to see a lot of people say, why would you bother? And my answer has always been the same, and it hasn't been wrong yet. I would rather try than fail than never try at all. I'd rather try to encourage people. I'd rather try positivity. I'd rather try to light a flame in all of you than to just sit back and not bother. Because if I'm successful once, if I encourage one person to check out Atari games and become passionate about gaming history and game preservation, and how important video games are as an entertainment medium and as a way of internalizing these different concepts, but from a safe environment. To ask yourself, why did I make that decision in that game? Video games are a mirror. They teach us about ourselves. And if I can spread that information, if I can spread that news, if I can get you guys to look at it from that perspective as well, if I get one person to play a video game and reflect on themselves and go, I wonder why I chose that decision. And you start looking deeper into the game so that you can look deeper into yourself. And find something in there that maybe you didn't know was there. Maybe feel a bit more positive to yourself. We're living in a world of depression. We're living in a world of hatred, anger, bigotry at each other and everyone. We got people punching down and we got people punching up. And everyone's punching. Stop punching. I don't care which direction you're punching in. I don't care if it's a punch, if you're punching at the floor or if it's a big shoryuken. Right? I don't care. Stop punching each other, please. Is that too much to ask? If I can share some positivity, if I can encourage people to find passion in fixing consoles, in collecting video games, in looking deep into the mechanics of a video game, looking back through the history of video games, remembering, learning, then one person, it's already a success, because now there's two people that think that way. It's two people that see a passion and have an interest in something. There's me and that other person. There's now two. I've doubled the amount of people who are passionate for that thing. From my perspective. That's already a win. If I can get 3, if I can get 4, if I can get 5, if I can get 500, 5,000, 5 million. If I tell 2 people, and they tell 2 people, and they tell 2 people, and so on, and so on, and so on, how far can we reach? Can we turn the tides on the fake news about video games cause violence? Because it still happens. 2 weeks ago. No, sorry, more than 2. A month ago. It was in the middle of October. A month ago. Another publication posted about how video games were causing violence. We know that's not true. We have plenty of studies that prove that. And yet they still run with it. Before that, it was like 2 months ago. It was in August. There was another one. Another article that was blaming a shooting on video games. We know that's not true. So how can we spread that? How can we grow that knowledge? How can we reach out to people that wouldn't normally listen? How do we make our voices louder? I know, but it starts here, doesn't it? I'd rather try and fail than never try at all, because it's worth it. Because it's worth it for all of us. It's worth it. For every single gamer out there. For everyone listening to me right now. For every gamer to come. For all the history that we have as a gaming culture. And we are a culture. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. We are a culture. We have our own history. We have our own language. We have our own words. We have our own special days. We are a culture. For everyone who is a part of this culture, we can speak up. We can continue to light more fires. We can continue to spread the sparks. We can keep history alive. Not just as something that we learn about, but something that we take part in. That's what Atari Week is all about. Celebrate my birthday by celebrating where I started as a gamer. But that's just the front. We celebrate Atari because without Atari, we wouldn't be where we are today. We celebrate people like Ralph Baer because even before Atari, even before Magnavox Odyssey, Ralph Baer had this idea of making a Pong game. He called it the Little Brown Box. And even before that, we have Professor Higginbotham, who turned an oscilloscope into a tennis game. And he did it as just a little project. He didn't even think anything of it. It was just a cute little project. He was like, I can do this. He had no idea he was making a video game. Look up Tennis for Two. Look up, Kiko, help me out here. What's the channel that I'm thinking of? Begins with A, I think. Why do I suck so bad when it comes to names? Oh my goodness. See, this is where the stream completely falls apart. Oh, good grief. You're drawing a blanket. Don't worry, I'll look it up. The first video game. If I search Ahoy! It was Ahoy. Retro Ahoy. Hang on. Cool. Alright, I'm gonna get you a link. I'm gonna post it in the chat. Save this for later. Save this for later because I don't want you, please don't leave. No. Video Game Origins, that's the one. No, it wasn't. That's specifically mechanics. The first video game. I found it. Found it. Cool. Here we go. There you go. That link there. That link is to Retro Ahoy, or to Ahoy. He's actually Xbox Ahoy. I don't know when that happened, but he's like Retro Ahoy on everything else. But he's Xbox Ahoy on YouTube for some reason. But check out his channel, check out his videos, definitely check out the one that I just posted. If you've ever wondered where the idea of explosive barrels came from, he's got a video on that. If you ever wondered when the idea of dual wielding was introduced into video games, he's got a video on that one. He's got an excellent video on the year that video games died. That's literally what it's called. The year video games died. And that's referring to the Atari crash. But the reality is, it was an Atari crash. It wasn't a global thing. It was a big deal in America. It wasn't as big of a deal as many people think. But it was a big deal in America. But the rest of the world were really not affected by the Atari crash. But that video that I just posted there is called The First Video Game. I want you to save that. I want you to put it aside and watch it later because it's fantastic. It's such a good video. I haven't seen someone talking about the topic in such a good way in a long time. And this is an old video as well. Like, this video it's 6 years old. And it's a really good video, so check it out. I wonder if he's trolling on Xbox because everything is an Xbox. I don't know about that. He's been called Xbox Ahoy for a long time. It's only like social media where he's Retro Ahoy. So, I'm not sure. I honestly don't know. Maybe he's got other channels? I don't know. That would be something worth looking into, I guess. I'm recommending this channel. I have no idea where he does other than this channel. But yeah, so with all of that said, I've got one more thank you for Thanksgiving. if you will indulge me one more. Thank you for being here. And thank you for listening. It really means a lot. I've been talking for 2.5 hours. As pre-show rambles go, this is the longest one I've had in a while. So thank you for listening. Thank you to everyone who has come along and who's listening along to this. It genuinely means so much to me that you've listened to what I had to say and you've stuck around, that you found value in it. That already changes so much. This is exactly what I was talking about earlier. The things I'm thankful for is the fact that you guys have given me purpose. You guys have given me a life. So thank you to everyone who is here today. And thank you to everyone who watches the stream again in the future. I hope I don't let you down. I hope that the value that you see in me, I hope I don't misplace that for you. Thank you for being here. I'm going to jump on into some Atari games now. We're going to start by playing Adventure. I haven't decided what difficulty to do it on, honestly. I actually need to get the manual up for that. That is the wrong window. Okay, let's try this. There we go. I need to pull up the manual so I can see what actual difficulty settings I need for Adventure. Hey Max, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? I misplaced it years ago. I haven't been able to find it since. Ah, damn it. I think you might have left it over at the apartment. Oh, actually, do you know what? Max, I tell you what. I was going through a pack of cards. Like, not a pack of cards. I was going through, like, my credit cards and things like that. And I found a card in one of my old wallets. And it was one of yours. I don't know how I ended up with it, but it was an RSL membership card. I have no idea how I ended up with your RSL membership card. I have not a clue. It was from like 2018. Yeah. I have no idea. I'm getting off my game because I realized watching people playing games is more funner, cool, than playing alone. Hey, we can play together. That's all right. That's cool too. You've been using my points this whole time. No, I haven't. I only found it yesterday. I've been hoarding your points like a dragon. Oh, I found a good one. Atari. You know what? If there's any website, right, that is good for Atari games and Atari manuals, it's AtariAge.com. They are amazing. Okay, so we are looking at... I'm looking for the game modes. I know how to use a controller. Okay, here we go. This is what I'm looking for. There are 3 castles in the kingdom. The White Castle, Black Castle, the Golden Castle. Each castle has a gate over the entrance. The gate can be opened with the corresponding colored keys. Inside each castle are rooms or dungeons, depending upon skill level you are playing. The castles are separated by room, pathways, and labyrinths. Common to all skill levels is the blue labyrinth, through which you must find your way to the Black Castle. Skill levels 2 and 3 have more complicated kingdom. See the skill levels section. That's what I'm looking for. I thought that's what I was reading. Never mind. Difficulty switches. Hang on. By using the difficulty switches, you can increase the or decrease the difficulty of the game at each skill level. With the left difficulty, the switch is in the B position. The dragon will hesitate before they bite you. Therefore, the left difficulty switch in the A position. See, this is how they did difficulty in the Atari, right? This is why you need a bloody manual. Is that there's a switch on the back of the Atari, and you switch it to A or B, and that's normal difficulty or hard mode. That's how difficulty was done on the Atari 2600. It's a switch on the console itself. I actually want to put it in B, to be honest. Where's the skill? Where's the skill levels? I want to know. Go to skill levels. Level 1. Ah, here we go. Atari 2600 Adventure, skill level 1. This is the simplest skill level. When you depress the game reset switch to begin play, you will see the key to the golden castle. Unlock the castle and enter. Okay, so that's easy mode. Yeah, we don't want that. Skill level 2. This kingdom is much larger than level 1. There are catacombs. The key to the golden castle is hidden. You must pass through the catacombs to reach the White Castle. There's a bunch of different dragons. Okay. I'm potentially going to be doing level 2. Level 3. The kingdom is the same as level 2, but it's more difficult to play as the evil magician has misplaced all of the objects and dragons randomly about the kingdom. Okay, so I want level 2. Okay, so if you want a randomizer, the game Adventure for the Atari 2600 by Warren Robinett, released in 1980, I believe. 1980. Actually had a randomizer built into it. How about that? And we still don't have a built-in randomizer on Legend of Zelda. Do you get credit cards like mystery packs game cards? Apparently I do, and I get some of Max's as well. Do you though? You're getting pretty old now. I mean, dragons are pretty old, to be fair. All right, hang on a second. Gotta turn the light down so I can see where I'm clicking. Bloody hell. I need more than light. I need that. Hang on. Alrighty. So, I will turn this on. Big chunky switch. And I will take us over to the that one. Now, hang on. There it is. Okay, so that's game mode 1. We don't want game mode 1. We want... Oh, that was the wrong one. There we go. We want game mode 2. Oh, we can actually... Oh, look. He's run away with my sword immediately. For goodness sake. I only just... Okay, hang on a second. Before we jump on in and I immediately get my sword stolen by the bat, let me tell you a little bit about the game Adventure on Atari 2600. Like I mentioned already, the game was created by Warren Robinett. He created this game in 1980, I want to say. Yes, 1980. Yes, I was right. And it is the progenitor of games like The Legend of Zelda. So this is what I've been talking about. This is one of the topics, one of the themes that's been running through Atari Week this week. It is that I want to talk about gaming DNA. I want to look at where games started, where they're going, etc. And one of the things which I thought was a really interesting like thought experiment is like, rather than looking at modern games and trying to figure out what they correspond to, what if we went all the way back to the beginning, all the way back to the Beninging, and we figured out how they evolved over time. So we all know that the first game, quote unquote, the first video game was Tennis for Two by Higginbotham. Then you've got the first plug-and-play games machine by the Round Box by Ralph Baer. And that was in the 60s. That wasn't something that happened in the 70s. Higginbotham. Silly boy. Yes, so Higginbotham, that was Tennis for Two. And Ralph Baer created the Brown Box. And but the first game that everyone remembers is Pong. You know, everyone thinks Pong, that's the first video game. And, you know, you're not really wrong. There's a lot of different arguments to be made what is considered the first video game. And Pong is definitely one of those games that was the most accessible. You know, it was one of the first arcade machines. It wasn't the first arcade machine. That was Computer Space. And even Computer Space, which was the first arcade machine, was based on Space War, which was something that was being developed in computer labs in the 60s. So it's not like Pong was the first, you know? But we look at Pong as being like the first recognizable, this is the video game. So where do we go from Pong? You start off with a game, a very simple game. You've got two paddles, one on either side of the screen. The paddles move up and down, and you've got a ball that bounces between them. So simple. Like a Higgs boson particle. It bounces around. It's never in the same place twice. And you bounce it back and forth, and the winner is the person who, you know, gets scores against the opponent. You know, it's like tennis, like table tennis. And then someone comes along and was like, but this is just like this is a multiplayer game only. And that's fine. That's fine. You can have a multiplayer game. But what if you don't have two people to play? Oh, that's a good point. Well, our cartridges are like 128 bytes. Not kilobytes, not megabytes, bytes. 128 bytes. We don't really have the space to program an AI to play Pong, really. Okay, what do we do? What if we have it bouncing off a wall? Like squash. Like the game squash. I call it the game squash. I find it difficult to call it a sport. Much like I do not call curling a sport. Because it's not. It's just competitive sweeping. Anyway. What if we bounce it off a wall? Okay, that works. So you bounce the ball off a wall, you hit it with the paddle, bounce it back, and the idea is to get as big of a rally as you possibly can. Okay, that's good. And then some smart ass comes along and goes, now hold on a minute, what if it's not just a wall? Okay. You have my attention. What if the wall was made out of colored bricks? Like golf, curling is an activity. Indeed. What if they were colored bricks, and every time you hit a colored brick, the brick would disappear, and the whole idea is you gotta try to break all the bricks. Oh, now you've got Breakout. And that's a really good game. Then someone, a nice Japanese man, turns around and goes, hang on a minute, what if the bricks were moving towards you? And this very clever Japanese man worked for a company called Taito. And previously, Taito were only really doing electronic games. They're not video games, but electronic games like gallery shooting and horse racing and stuff like that. And pachinko machines and those kinds of things. And what they used to call medal games. And so Taito has seen how popular these video game things are getting. And they're like, oh, hang on a minute. Okay, hang on. This game Breakout, and Breakout was the big, like, it has got the best name ever because Breakout was the breakout hit in Japan. It's the game that gave Atari a name in Japan. They looked at Breakout and they're like, this is a good game, but what if the bricks were moving? Okay, but if the bricks are moving, it's going to be a little bit strange, you know, that you got to bounce the ball up and hit the moving bricks. That could be a bit more difficult. What if we didn't have a bouncing ball, but we shot? What if we were shooting a thing? We basically shot the ball up at the moving bricks. Well, now we've got Space Invaders. And that's already great. And then Namco did this wild-ass thing of buying Atari in Japan, okay? And they came up with this idea of, okay, Space Invaders was good, but we've got this game called Galaxian, which is Space Invaders, but it's a little bit better, I think. We think it's a little bit better. And then later on, they would then make Galaga, and they were like, do you know what? Galaxian was good, but we think this is better than Galaxian. This is Galaga. So, I hope you enjoy it, you know? And you can see how the game developed. It started at Pong. It developed into a squash game. It turned into Breakout, it turned into Space Invaders, it turned into Galaga, and today we have so many shooters. We have so many bullet hell games, single screen shooters. That's kind of what they are, you know? You've got also scrolling shooters, and for that you've got games like Defender. So they took the concept of Galaga, but it's like, well, what if we were flying back and forth? And that's where you get Defender from. Defender, you gotta shoot down the aliens that are abducting humans, but then you gotta catch the humans in midair and place them down on the ground very gently. And that Defender's a great game. If you have an opportunity to play, if you like side-scrolling shooters, try Defender. Not necessarily the 2600 version. The 2600 version is fine. But if you can get a copy of the arcade version, if you've got it running through MAME, definitely worthwhile. But where do we go? What else can we do? Now, hold on a second. We got this bouncing ball and everything. How do we make this more complicated? Can we go on an adventure? Well, we can move the paddles up and down. And we've seen in Space Invaders, you can move the paddles left and right. And Breakout, actually, paddles move left and right. Maybe we can move in all four directions. Up, down, left, and right. And maybe even diagonally. Okay, alright, that sounds interesting. What do we do with that? Well, what if we were in a maze? Pac-Man is doing well. Alright. Pac-Man, but in a bigger maze, in a land, in a world. Oh, what should we do it? What should we base it on? By the way, you're supposed to be taking an action this turn. Oh, you're right. Let me roll my D20. That's what we'll do. It's based on D&D. Can we make a D&D game? What is the essence of a D&D campaign? Oh, well, you've got a character. You need a weapon. You fight dragons. You go into dungeons. You go into castles. You get the holy relic and you bring it back home. Can we turn that into a video game? You already know the answer because you've played Legend of Zelda. You've played Skyrim. You've played Diablo. We already have the answer. It's yes. A resounding yes. And where did all that start? Right there. It says it in the title. Adventure. They could call the game Adventure because it was the first adventure game. It was the first time that you sat down and you had a little character that you walked around with. You picked up a magic sword. You fought a dragon. And you brought home the treasure. This was the first time. So they were able to call it adventure. And what do we call these games? They're adventure games. Because we go out on an adventure. So, before we get into Legend of Zelda, I want you to keep Legend of Zelda in your mind. Right? Think of the original Legend of Zelda, the top-down view. The little square dude with a sword and shield, adventuring through the different worlds, all the different regions. That you think about the Lost Woods, think about the mountains, think about the deserts, the graveyard, all these. Think about those things when you watch me playing Adventure, or maybe when you watch Adventure yourself. Oh, when you play it yourself. Sorry, not watch it yourself. When you're watching me or when you play it yourself, think about Legend of Zelda. And let me know if you see something familiar. So this is me. Hi. I'm the little dot. Oh, hang on. I need to change my screen over. There we go. So I'm this little dot. I'm the little yellow guy down here, look. Right? So I can walk around. I can even do diagonal, look. See, you can do diagonal in this game. Crazy. What's that? 8 directions? Cardinal and ordinal directions? Good lord. And there's a thieving bat. We start off with a thieving bat. And that thieving bat, he's got my sword. Hang on, can I... Wait. Hang on, I don't have any sound. I don't have any sound. Hold on a second. Anyway, I just grabbed the bat. I didn't mean to grab the bat. There you go. Oh, I got sound now. Okay, so there's a problem. I missed it. Missed it. So I didn't have sound before when my headset turned off before I Okay, I'm gonna have to grab the bat. Right, come here, bat. Okay, so I've got the bat, right? I've got the bat, the bat's got the sword. It's dangerous to go alone, take this. The bat. No, the bat will steal your items. This bat is a pain in the ass, right? I'm just holding him here because I'm gonna have to take him with me, unfortunately, right? Because he won't drop the sword. But the bat will try to grab things, try to grab your items and will run off with them. At the moment, he's only got the sword, but I need the sword, right? I need to take him to an item that I won't be using, and so I can get him to drop the sword so I can pick it up. But I also need to be careful that I don't run into a dragon along the way. Right, okay. I don't want to take the bat in there. That's going to make things all flashy. If I dropped him here, would he run away? Bugger. Oh, no. Oh, no, he's gone. Aha. Okay, so I'm exploring without sword. This is going to be interesting. Oh, you git. Where'd you go? Come back. He went south, didn't he? Which way? This way. See, sometimes as well, the bat will encounter something else and he'll drop the sword. And, he'll pick up something else. So he could have dropped the sword literally anywhere. The next... Oh, we got the yellow key. Cool. We need the yellow key. We need the yellow key to get inside the yellow castle. So... just keep an eye out for that bloody bat. Hang on a minute. Okay. So the benefit of the golden castle, right, is that we can actually put things inside here. And the bat won't pick them up. And also, we need to come back to the golden castle when we get the grail. So... yeah, so as Kiko mentioned, this area here is a lot like... it's kind of like Lost Woods, but it's more... the description that they give for this is that it's catacombs. You can only see in this small direction. This is your lamplight. That's why it's orange. Everything is grey. You can't see because it's misty. It's stonework. You don't know what's there, but you can see your lamplight. Green dragon! Shh, he's seeing me. The green dragon is a rather unfortunate name. His name's Grundle. I'm not even making that up. The dragons, there's 3 dragons. There's a yellow dragon, his name is Yordle. There's a green dragon whose name is Grundle. And there's a... wait, what was the other one? What was the other dragon's name? I think I'm safe where I am right now. Yeah, you've got Yorgle, the yellow dragon. You've got the red dragon, whose name is Hrindle. Spelled R-H-I-N-D-L-E. Hrindle. And the green dragon's name is Grundle. It's a very unfortunate name for a dragon, I gotta be honest. So... oh, no, he's still in there. Okay. So, Grundle is currently guarding the bridge. So, that's what that purple thing is down there. That's the bridge. That's an item. We can actually take the bridge, and we can use it to be able to cross... cross certain pathways. No, we don't want to go that way. That's scary. I don't want to get done in by Grundle. Woo! Am I going the right way? I don't know. I don't think I am. Oh, I've just ended up in the same place. Okay. Okay. All right. I need to find that thieving bat and get my... oh, do you know what? I just realized something. I opened up the gold castle. I don't need the key anymore. Hang on. If I take the key with me, I might be able to get the bat to trade. Don't know where the bat is, though. Hey, it's... thank you! Oh my goodness. Now I've got a sword. Now I can go fight Grundle. So, the sword is this arrow shape here. But you've got to, like, prepare. So... if you want the sword to be below you, you have to pick it up from above. If you want the sword to be at the side of you, you pick it up from the side. You know, something like that. So I'm going to be going from this kind of angle here. Because Grundle is... no, you don't! Stupid bat. Where'd he go? Bat stole my sword again. He's got the white key! Oh no! This... where'd he get the white key from? I have no idea what he's done with that now. The bat has picked up the white key. Oh! Where's he put the... well, I found the White Castle. Anyone up for a burger? We can go to White Castle. Oh, no. Ooh. I swear, if he's put the key down, if he's put the sword down in here, I'm never going to find it. Where did he get the white key from? Oh, no. Now he's got the magnet. So where did he put the... I'm gonna start screaming at this bat now. Basically, the true final boss of this game is the bat. The sword! Sick! Okay. No, you... Every time I get the bloody sword, the bat comes along. I swear. God, trade me! Bat, give me back my sword. It's like, oh. No! Oh, he dragged it with the magnet. Oh, no. How do I get there? Oh, I gotta figure out this maze. Hang on. I hate you, bat. Oh my goodness, I hate this bat so much. Okay, hang on. This way? This way? This way? No. Don't think so. No, it's definitely a dead end. Okay. I need to figure out... That's basically the same direction. Okay. How do I get over there, though? Now he's got... Okay, I've got the bridge. See, okay, so we can see now, this is how you use the bridge, right? You place the bridge there, and you can cross over. So if I can keep the bridge for a little while, hopefully... Did I just lose it? No, it's there. Okay. If I can keep the bridge for a little while, I might be able to... Oh no, I know where the sword is. I know exactly where the bloody sword is. Oh, is that the white key? Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's just put the bridge there for a second. I can't grab it. It's in the wall. I need the magnet. So the bat picked up the magnet. The magnet was in this room. And... Oh, wait. Hang on a minute. Ha-ha! Right. To White Castle. Oh, no. Not that way. This way. No, not that way. This way. Oh, there we go. There we go. We're out. There's the sword too. Oh, okay. I'm gonna take the key to the golden castle. Drop it in there. Nice. Let's go get the sword. Get the sword. Get the sword. Get the sword. No. Whoa. Stop it. I swear, this bat, I'm gonna strangle him. All right, it's fine. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. There's only one other place he could drop. Well, actually, there's a couple of other places he could drop it. There's only one other major location that I know of that he could drop the sword at this point. He could swap it for the bridge. So we just go back to the Black Castle, which is actually the final dungeon. And he put it in the wall. I need to get I need to find the magnet. So I'm going to assume that the magnet is down by Grundle. Which way am I going? This way. I don't really want to go in... Is that bat? That bat's carrying Grundle. That bat has got Grundle. Oh no. Oh no! There's your jump scares. Bloody hell. Okay, I've got the magnet. Don't. Fine. That's fine. I want the bridge. I want the bridge. The bridge is fine. I'm good with the bridge. I don't know where Grundle is right now, though. Which is kind of scary. We can also speed this process... Actually, I was going to say we can speed this process up, but... No! Oh, wait, he's got the sword. Okay. I'm okay with that. That's fine. Right, let's go fight Grundle. If I need to think about anything, right, I'll just come back into here and stop and consider my options, okay? I want to go to White Castle. White Castle's not too far away. I should be able to get there without running into Grundle. My biggest concern is running into the bat, as always. So we can put the sword in the castle and see if we can figure out a way over to White Castle. Which way do I go? This way? No! I'm gonna kill that bat. I'm gonna kill him dead. He did go this way. Maybe he'll bring it back to me. I swear, this bat is gonna drive me batty. He took my key. I needed that key. Come back. Bat, wherever you are, please come back. Baby, come back. Okay, so that's the easy way. I want to go right, down, left. That's how you get there. Right, down, left. That's how you get to the White Castle. Oh, there he is. Come back. Where are you? He's gone that way. There he is. Oh. Okay, hang on. He's not coming back, is he? If I can... Wait, I just thought, if I can grab the bat, as long as the bat is carrying the key, that's not a problem. I can still open the door if the bat is carrying the key. Ooh, he dropped it there. I can't get it. Oh, he's taking the magnet, hasn't he? Bat, come back, please. Yeah, I can't grab the key. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. See, this is why the magnet exists. But I don't know where the magnet is either. This is why I tried to collect the items and put them into the Golden Castle. At this point in time, I just want to try to spawn the bat. Or, you know, kind of get something to kind of glitch me into grabbing that. Can't reach it. Oh, no. So that's a dead end. I know that's a dead end. Okay, I need to go this way. Come on, get through the... There we go. Do you know, if I can get the... it's to the right, wasn't it? It was right, down, left. This is Grundle. He's got... Oh, no! Oh, no! Grundle got me. There's nothing I can do. I'm dead. I got eated. Damn. Game over, I guess. Oh, not quite. Not quite. Wait, did I? Hang on. I switched it to game 1. There we go. Game 2. Cool. And now you're in his belly. Exactly, yeah. He did me. Ah, well. It happens. Right. Okay, I've got the sword. I've got the sword by virtue of the fact that I've got the bat. Oh, Grundle. I wasn't expecting the bat to grab Grundle. Okay? That was not on my bingo card. What's the yellow key? Wow, this gets really flickery when you reach this point. When you've got so many different objects on the same screen, the flickeriness gets worse and worse. I want to get the yellow key, but I have to let go of the bat. Okay. Let's go get the yellow key. Oh! 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 Let's go take the bat to the White Castle. Oh! You can keep that. You can keep that. You take it with you. I don't care. We got into the White Castle. Cool. First dungeon. What have we got? We got the magnet here. We're going to take the magnet. Oh, he's got the bridge now. Okay, I don't really care too much for the white key anymore. I do care, however, for the yellow key, which I can take straight to the yellow castle, open the door, and now I've got a place to actually store my items. Oh my goodness, we're doing it. I've opened up the White Castle. I've opened up the Yellow Castle. I need to get that. Oh my goodness, where am I? Nothing in that room. Nothing in that room. Okay. Hey, Marley, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? I want to get that magnet back. Yes. 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 No! No, 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 no. Grundle, piss off. Not interested. Okay. We've got the yellow room open, so the yellow keep open. So that means that I can carry this around and use it as bait for the bat. Hopefully the bat will bring me back my sword. I have no idea where... He's got a bridge. Whoa! Wait, whoa! Whoa! The bat's carrying Grundle. I've got a problem now. What? Oh no! I didn't hit him. I didn't hit him. He ate me. I was doing so well in that run. Damn. Oh well. We'll try another one. We'll go again. Nice to see a game featured in Ready Player One. Oh yeah, this one was in Ready Player One. You're right. Right, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. There you go. So I got the bat. So there was another way. I went left, down. Oh, so there's another area over here. What's over in this area? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Fantastic. So I imagine the... Holy shit, that scared the crap out of me. But I managed... I accidentally killed Grundle. Okay. Well, I don't have anything to worry about in this area now. So I can kind of let the bat go with my sword. Not that I really want the bat to leave with my sword, but I can. And I can go pick up the yellow key. Oh, I went the wrong way. Wait, how do I get over there? How do I get over there? I'm not sure how to get over there. I need to get into the... Ah! Wait, oh, no, 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 no. That's not the way. Down here? No. How do I go there? That's how you'd get it. That's how I get it. There we go. Okay, come here. The bats... Oh, okay, we're putting the bridge here. Give me the key. Give me the... Bat. Bat, give me... Look, I've got a bridge. I've got a bridge to sell you. Bat, come on. You dropped the sword. You dropped the sword. Drop the sword. Drop the sword. Drop the sword. Drop the sword. Run, 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 run. I got the sword. I got the sword. I got the sword. Got the sword. Got the sword. Got the sword. I haven't gone back in. I don't have the key. I need the key. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. What's this way? The key. The key is this way. You son of a bitch. Fine, you're mine. There we go. There we go. I got you. I got you. I got you. You're mine. Can I get you to open the door, please? No! Oh, damn it. I should have tempted him with my sword. Oh, he did get my sword. Okay. Golden Castle is open. Let's see if I can get the bridge. The bridge was in the catacombs. It's up there, look. How do I get to that? Anything in here? My sword! I can't get to it. I need... Oh, I can get to it! I got my sword back! Yes! I can protect myself from everything but the bat. Come on now. Into the yellow castle. Into the yellow castle. We good. We good. We sorted. I've got it. I've got it. I've got it. Brilliant. I'm going to take the yellow key with me because I need to find the white key. And I have no idea where the white key is because Sure, you can have that. I thought the white key was supposed to be in the catacombs. Or out the other side of the catacombs, maybe. But seeing as there's no key in the... Oh, there it is. Okay. Now I need to survive to get all the way down to the White Castle. Without the bat getting it. Run, 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 run. Run, 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 run. Run, 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 run. Come on, little dude. No, 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 no. I've got a really fancy golden key for you. Bat. That's okay. No, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Look. It's fine. Because I said it's fine. I don't want to go this way. I can go back up and around. Go back down here. Right down. He's got the bat as the key. Thank you. Ah, yes. Oh my goodness, Grundle, Yordle. I'm being attacked by Yordle. Immediately set upon by Yordle. Suffering. But you see how this game really informs subsequent games that would come out later on, games like the original Legend of Zelda, where you've got all of these maps with all these intricate mazes. You've got enemies that you need to avoid and dodge and attack and fight. Even when you look at games like Link's Awakening, where you've literally only got 2 buttons that you can use. You can use your sword, you can use a bow, but a sword and a shield, but you need to swap your sword or swap your shield for something like a bow, or for your Rock's Feather, or for bombs and stuff like that. You have to think about what it is you want to carry. You can't just go into an area... Oh, excuse me. You can't just go into an area guns blazing with every item on you. And the same goes for, like, you know, the original Legend of Zelda had the A and the B, so you could pick one or the other. Legend of Zelda Link to the Past, even that still has it. In fact, it wasn't until Ocarina of Time where items could be equipped to the C buttons, where you'd get the option to select one of 3 items to use. And the sword itself was on its own separate button, and the shield was automatic. Oh, sorry, shield had its own button. You press the R button to raise your shield, or the Z trigger for targeting. I think that's what it was. It was the Z trigger, wasn't it? But, like, very early on, when you had games on consoles that had controllers that only had, like, 1 or 2 buttons, this is how you got around that. You know, you would do it by essentially having to prioritize what weapons you wanted, or what items you wanted to carry with you at any given moment. Now, right now, my priority is trying to get Yordle. Oh, sorry, Grundle. Where is he? Huh. Where's Grundle? There he is! I've got a problem. I've got a problem. I've got a problem. Oh my goodness, he wouldn't... Oh my goodness, he wouldn't leave me alone. Wow. I don't know where the sword ended up. I think the sword is somewhere in this room, but I had no way of knowing. Come here. Come on. But yeah, that bat picked up the bloody... what's it called? The bridge, and just flew off with it. But this is the beginning. This is the origin. The origin? The beninging. It's the beninging of, Can I get him to drop the sword? I got the sword. Right. I think Grundle might be over on the... Nope, no, 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 no. I think Grundle might be over on the other side of this area. So I'm gonna go try and get him. No, no, no! Okay. Oh, no, no! Oh. Alright, it's fine. I can get the gold key. Come here. Don't. There he is. Got him. Okay, we beat Grundle. Now that ooh, he's taking Grundle's body. What did he drop? The gold key. This is a risk. This is a calculated risk. Yes, okay, cool. Cool. We got it. We got it. We got a place that's safe where we can store our items. Oh my goodness. Where am I going? This way. Right out. I'm not even gonna argue with that one. You can sure. Take it. Take it, take it, take it. You can have it. Right, so I need to get to the other side, which is this way. Grab that. Take the magnet up to the castle. I don't know where my sword is, though. Hang on. Is the sword still where I left it? If the sword is still where I left it, I can probably get this. So go that way, that way. No, wrong way. Sorry. Hang on. I need to go to the other side. So I need to go down, left, down, right. Nice. There's my sword. Excellent. Up. Up, right, up, right, up. There we go. Okay. Right. I don't have any other keys. So, I'm gonna take the magnet. See if I can get hold of one of the other... No, 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 no! I don't really need the bridge. You know what? I'm just gonna take the bat with me. There's the white key. Oh no, the bat's gonna grab the key, isn't he? I got a magnet. Bat. Bat. Where are you? He's got Grundle? No! Where did he put the key? Oh, my goodness. Stay there. I don't care. Right. Okay, alright, fine. I'll take the bridge. I'll take the bridge to the gold castle. No, stop. Where did he put the key? Where was Grundle? Was Grundle in here? Maybe he was over the other side. Up. Right. Up. All the way across. Down. Oh, there goes Grundle. Left. Down here. Yes! That is where the key was. Oh, the bat's taken the bridge and left Grundle's body behind. So long as I... Oh, wait. This isn't... No, wait. I've got the wrong way. This isn't the way to the White Castle. What was I thinking? I wasn't. That's the answer. I wasn't. The White Castle was there. No. No, not this time. The suffering. The suffering. Where is he? Where's that son of a bitch gone? The White Castle was right there. I picked up the key down here, and I went... Oh, I went all the way over to the Black Castle instead. I can't believe I did that. Oh. How do I get to that? How do I get to that? No. There you go. No, he's going for the key. I got you. I got you. I got you. You're not getting away from me that easy. All right. Oh, I can't. I'm holding him wrong. I can't get the key in. Oh, no. Why? Why are you like this? I just want to open the gate. That's all I want to do is open the gate. I don't even want to go in yet. Is there anything I could trade with him? Maybe I can trade with him the yellow key. Oh, yellow key. Hell yeah. Bat. Where'd you go? Come on. No, he's got Grundle. He's got Grundle. Wait, so where did he put the white key? Was Grundle in... Wasn't Grundle in here? Oh, perfect. Oh, where did he put the key? He's put the key somewhere. I have no idea where he dropped the key. Oh, there it is. Hey, Bat, I've got a key. He dropped it. He picked it up and he bloody dropped it. Okay, run. Let me make sure I'm holding it correctly. I need to go right, down, left. Yes, we got it open. Now we need to find the sword. I think the sword is in the gold. It's in the yellow castle. I gotta survive all the way over there. Maybe if I drop the key here, it'll provide a welcome, an extra target for the bat that maybe won't go after my sword. No, go the right way. Go the right way. If you go the wrong way, you can have more opportunity to run into the horrible bat. No, the horrible bat got me. That frickin' bat. Holy shit. Oh, no. Okay. Looks like we will have to survive and escape. Well, I mean, it's going to take us some time to get out of this dragon's stomach right now. But we're going to have to run away, live to fight another day, as they say. That was a lot of rhyming. Don't fly past me, you little bastard. Okay? Don't fly past me like we're friends. We're not friends. Stop it. Alrighty. So unfortunately, it looks like we're not going to be completing... That's my sword. That was my sword. You. He's doing a flyby. He's doing a flyby with my sword and taunting me with it. Right, we're not going to be able to finish playing Adventure today. We're not going to actually get through to the ending. We're not going to get to the conclusion. So what I'm going to do now is we will move on to Haunted House. But the point of this isn't necessarily to, like, beat the game. We could be at this for literal hours. This game, honestly, there are some frustrations, and I think if you are susceptible to raging out, I think that this game you could end up being really frustrated at, but I find this game to be incredibly fun, considering the time period, considering the fact that this is on the Atari 2600. This is a really interesting and complex game for the time. That's kind of the point, you know? This is a really complex game for the time. You've got this overworld, you've got a labyrinth, you've got the catacombs, you've got the two different castles. So the White Castle is a dungeon, and the Black Castle is a dungeon. It's not like the Gold Castle, which is your starting location. It's not that you go into these and it's just a single room. Inside the White Castle is a dungeon. It is, this time it is being protected by Yordle. And then when you go to the Black Dungeon, or Black Castle, you go inside, and that area is protected by Rindle, the Red Dragon. And so, once you go through that dungeon, that's where you can find the Grail. And when you get the Grail, or the Chalice, whatever you want to call it, you take the Chalice back to the Golden Castle, and that's how you win. But you can see the early remnant, the early forming of gaming DNA. I keep using the term gaming DNA. DNA being made up of genes, but these are ideas, these are concepts. This is more in line with the concept of meme theory, memetics. Basically, ideas have a life of their own, and they evolve, and they grow, and they change. And this is a great example of that. You start off with something so simple as Pong, but look at where we are now. And you can already, as primitive as it is, you can already see the early moments of the DNA that would become Legend of Zelda. You can see it here. Even Pac-Man, when you think about it, as Pac-Man, you work your way around a maze, and you're trying to get the power pellets. And when you collect the power pellets, it makes you strong so you can fight against other enemies. And you get the bonus items, the fruit and things like that. When you look at Pac-Man, when you see the way the Pac-Man is put together, you can easily connect that to games, again, like Legend of Zelda. Think of Link's Awakening. Link's Awakening is a great example here, right? In Link's Awakening, the entire world is a dungeon. I don't know if you've noticed this, but the entire overworld in Link's Awakening is essentially a dungeon, right? And when you go to the various dungeons, you go over to their dungeon screen, right? But the overworld of Link's Awakening, Colint Island, is a dungeon. Is designed like a dungeon. It is a maze. You go around. It's not open world. It's a maze, and you need to go and get specific items. You need to get specific power-ups, specific magic to be able to go through different areas. And you've got to see the story. And when you see the story will open up the next area. In a lot of ways, it's similar to like a Metroidvania in that sense. Rather than it being like other Legend of Zelda games. That you got the original Legend of Zelda, which was open world, and you've got Link to the Past, which is semi-open world. It's not really open world. It's kind of semi-open world. It's more that the world opens up for you as you progress, but you can still see a lot of that world, even play a lot of the dungeons out of order. Same goes for Ocarina of Time. It's more of a segmented world. There's nothing really stopping you aside from like story sections. But when you look at Link's Awakening is very, very different because it's all based on, did you go and get this item? Okay, I have this item, now I can do this. Okay, now I can get another item, now I can do this. And it feels more akin to a Metroidvania. But you can see in A Link's Awakening, the entire world is a maze. And then you've got each of the dungeons, which are themselves their own mazes. Pac-Man's a maze. We could draw a little bit of a comparison there. In Link's Awakening, you get the shards of power and the I think they're called the Guardian Acorns. Well, those are kind of like the power pellets, aren't they? You know, the shard of power allows you to do more damage to enemies. Well, that's like the power pellets from Pac-Man. And then you've got the cherries. Now, okay, in Pac-Man, there isn't a straight comparison between, like, the cherries and the fruits and everything to something that you would get in Link's Awakening. Let me switch over to the chatting screen a second. We're not finished. I will be going back to another game in just a moment. So there's no direct comparison, but you think about, like, health. The way that it works in Pac-Man is the more points you get, the more lives you get. If you get a certain number of points, you get an extra life. You get a 1-up. So that's kind of like hearts, in a way. You know? A big boost to your hearts. It allows you to play for a little bit longer. The same in Legend of Zelda, where you can eat apples. Especially in, like, Breath of the Wild. You can eat apples. And that gives you more life. It allows you to keep going. The other thing as well is, the more direct comparison from Pac-Man is Mario. Now, Pac-Man can't jump. Not in the original game, at very least. He can in Pac-Man World, and we're going to be playing that next week. Yeah, there you go. Told you. In the original Pac-Man, Pac-Man can't jump, but Mario can. But what are we doing in Mario compared to what we're doing in Pac-Man? Okay, Mario is a side-scroller. It's not a maze. It's not the same. This was actually something that Shigeru Miyamoto actually sat down and realized when he was designing game concepts. It was, he took a number of different game mechanics and he wrote them down on pieces of paper. And he separated the pieces of paper into what he thinks would work better in different games. So you got a lot of the side-scrolling mechanics. Does that work in Zelda? Well, according to Miyamoto, no. It doesn't work in Zelda. And he would know. He made Zelda too. So he's like, okay, side-scrolling. Okay, so that's going to be a Mario game. Top-down gameplay. That's going to be a Zelda game. What about Metroid? What are we going to do for Metroid? I think that would be like a side-scrolling adventure. And that's kind of where, you know, Zelda 2 is a little bit of Metroidvania in there, you know? And, okay, we want shooting. Do we want shooting? Yeah, we could put shooting in Mario. He's got fireballs. Shooting goes definitely in Metroid sci-fi. That makes sense. So we got, like, a bow and arrow in Zelda, but it's not, like, the focus. Okay, we got that. We got sword combat. Yeah, that's fine. That works for Zelda. We don't want swords in Metroid. We don't want swords in Mario. Okay, alright. And so, like, that's how he decided whether something should be in this pile or that pile. Is it going to go into this game that we haven't named yet, which I'm saying is Metroid? Is it going to go into this game, which is Zelda? Is it going to go into that game series, which is Mario? Mario was already super successful. But you look at Pac-Man. Like I said, Pac-Man can't jump. And he's in a maze, and Mario can jump, and he's in a side-scroller. In Pac-Man, you're going around getting the dots. You know, you're getting the pellets as you go along, and that gives you points. And the more points you accumulate, the more lives you get. And then you can get a power pellet, which allows you to kill enemies by just, or to eat the ghosts by just, you know, walking over them. So let's go to Mario for a second. When you look at the differences, what are the similarities? Well, as Mario, you're running around platforming. That's a new mechanic. It's not a maze. But you're collecting coins. And you're collecting points. And you collect coins, which give you points. And you collect points by killing enemies. Okay. You get points from the enemies by stomping on them. Well, that's kind of similar. If you get enough points, you get a 1-up. Well, that's the same. If you get enough coins, you get a 1-up. Well, that's pretty much the same. And then you get a power-up. You get a fire flower and allows you to throw a fireball. It's a little bit different. But then you get the power star. Now, hold on. A power star allows you to just run over enemies. You become empowered. The enemies are weak to you. You're invulnerable. That's awfully lot like a power pellet, isn't it? So this is what I mean by by DNA, gaming DNA, the way it changes, the way it shifts, the way things change over time, the way you can see different mechanics appear in other areas and different games, and how they express themselves in different ways. It's like genes. But they're ideas, so technically it's mimetic theory, it's meme theory. So each of those different mechanics is a meme. And that meme is passed down through the mimetic DNA into the next games that follow. People look at it and they go, I like this mechanic and I like that mechanic. And I like the way that they work together, but I'm going to make my own game and it's going to be different. And we get Sonic the Hedgehog. And Sonic the Hedgehog is kind of like a Mario, isn't it? He's moving around a world, but the worlds in Sonic the Hedgehog, they're a lot more like a maze. Well, that's kind of going back to Pac-Man there. And you're still collecting the round things, and if you get enough round things, you get a new life. And then you can collect the Sonic stars that make you invulnerable. Well, that's awfully a lot like Pac-Man, isn't it? And that's one of those things that I love about retro gaming, is you can start to see the origins of a lot of the ideas of where today's games come from. And the next game we're going to be playing, like this one that we just played, Adventure, that is quite clearly the predecessor to games like Legend of Zelda. Going around with a sword, fighting monsters, collecting the golden holy chalice, and avoiding bats. Now, you might think, now hold on a second, there are no bats in Legend of Zelda. Aside from the Keese, there are a few bats that are rather interesting. There is the bat demon that thinks he's playing a trick on you. And he's like, now you gotta carry double the amount of magic. Ha ha ha, think of the burden. Well, now you got twice the amount of magic. Thank you. He's like, oh no, this is such a curse. I'm sorry. You know? Actually, that confused me when I was a kid. Confused the hell out of me, because I thought, oh no, I've just been cursed. And now I've only got half as much MP. But it wasn't. It was your spells cost half as much. But I genuinely thought I was cursed, and I was like, no, I don't have as much magic as I used to have. Yeah. But there's that bat demon. And there's also the bat demon, I think his name is Bat something, in Skyward Sword as well, that wants to become a human. So there's tricksy bats. You know? The concept of the tricksy, devious bat who thinks he's stealing something from you, but sometimes he brings what you need directly to you, you know? That's still there. That's awfully close, isn't it? To the bat characters in Zelda. Now, so I just need to change my dip switches. So I've got the Atari 2600 Plus. What is it? It's 10 games in one cartridge. It came with the console, right? 10 games in one. So it's a single cartridge with dip switches on the back, and you change the dip switches to depend upon which game you want. So the games that come on this cartridge are Adventure, Combat, Dodge'em, Haunted House, Maze Craze, Missile Command. Maze Craze actually predates Pac-Man as well, so that's an interesting little connection there. Missile Command, Real Sports Volleyball. Why they chose bloody volleyball, I will never know. That could have been Real Sports Tennis. Real Sports Tennis is pretty good. It could have been boxing. Boxing was boxing was okay. But Real Sports Volleyball is like, oh, okay, all right, interesting choice that you've made there. Surround, which is pretty cool. I like that game. Video Pinball, not a great pinball conversion to digital, but you know, it was the first, so we can give them some leeway. And my personal favorite of the games on this cartridge, Yars Revenge. Before we go to Yars Revenge, though, we're gonna play Haunted House. And I've already talked about it, so there's no surprise, there's no spoilers to be had here. We talked about this last year as well. There we go. That Haunted House is essentially the predecessor to Resident Evil. That's a wild claim he's making. An Atari game? An Atari game? Atari 2600, 128 bytes on the cartridge, a predecessor to Resident Evil. Yeah, actually, yeah. I would say that, Resident Evil has more in common with Haunted House than it does with Sweet Home. And Sweet Home was the direct predecessor to Resident Evil. So, there was a movie that was made called Sweet Home, and it was about a haunted house, and some crazy stuff was going on. It's a Japanese movie, and Capcom were asked to make a video game tie-in for the movie, and they made a game called Sweet Home, which takes a lot of inspiration from games like Dragon Quest, and it creates a horror RPG. And Sweet Home directly inspired Corpse Party. Except you're in a school rather than being in this house. And you've got to go around, you got to collect an item, and you take the item back, and, you know, you do all these things inside the school in Corpse Party. In this one, you've got different characters that can use different items. Like, you've got a particular character who's good as a medic, and they can use band-aids and painkillers and stuff like that. You've got one of the characters who was meant to be the cameraman, because they were going into this house to be to document the house. So the cameraman can use the camera, and that's utilized to be able to, like, zoom in on particular things so that you can basically search a location, which is a really cool mechanic. It's a cool way of doing it. And the developer, I can't, oh my goodness, I've forgotten what his name is all of a sudden. Please excuse me. No, don't that. There we go. Resident Evil. I can never remember some of these names. I'll be honest. Shinji Mikami. right? Shinji Mikami is the guy that created Sweet Home, and he was asked to make like a remaster of Sweet Home. And so he was looking into it, and he was like, yeah, this game is really interesting, it's really good, we want to do something similar to that, but I don't want to do Sweet Home. So what did he do? He made Resident Evil. And we all know how much of a success that was. That was awesome. Sweet Home, it was okay, it did okay, it wasn't particularly that popular, but Resident Evil was huge, right? So why do I say that this game that we're going to be playing today is Resident Evil? It is because it is... the game that we're playing is going to be... You go into a house. You are trapped inside this house. This house is cursed. That's a problem. You can't get back out. You're stuck inside this house. It's the middle of the night, but time doesn't seem to be moving at all. It's always the middle of the night. It doesn't matter how long you've been in here, it's always the middle of the night. And there are strange things moving around. There's a giant spider. Oh, hang on a minute. There's a giant spider in Resident Evil 2. There's a giant spider. There's a ghost. And there are other things, creepy things all around. You need to find items to protect yourself from the ghost and from the spider. But all the while, you are trying to find the pieces of a relic. So you need to find the keys. Once you got a key, you can open other doors. Well, that's very similar to Resident Evil. You find the key, open a door, you can go into another part of the haunted house. And then you find one of the pieces of the relic, and you gotta carry that with you and take it to one of the other pieces of the relic, and you put the relic together. And once you've put the relic together, you need to go for the door, and you can finally escape. The curse is broken. Now, aside from the fact that we're talking about curses and ghosts, let's swap that around a bit. You're locked inside a house. There are spooky things that shouldn't really exist. You need to find items to defend yourself against those enemies. You need to find keys to open up rooms to get new items to defend yourself against those enemies. Eventually, you need to find the item, the big item that is necessary to get you through to the final end of the game. That's Resident Evil. That's Haunted House. And we're going to play Haunted House, and you're going to see for yourselves and make the decision for yourself, you know? You decide, does this look like Resident Evil to you? Let me just bring up the manual, because most Atari 2600 games require a manual. There wasn't a lot of space to put a tutorial on the game, you know? So what they would do is they would, very much so like board games, which the games industry was taking a lot of cues from the board game industry as well. And so I don't have a manual scan. That sucks. Hang on. That's a bad thing. Oh no. Oh no, I've got a text document version. Okay. Anyway, yes, sorry. So what they would do is, instead of having a tutorial on the game, because that would be basically impossible, what they would do is they would write how you play in the manual. So a lot of people get into games like Haunted House, like Adventure, a lot of these more complicated Atari games, but because you're only buying the cartridge these days, because you don't know what to do, a lot of people just go, it's a crappy old game, it probably never played well. And the problem is that you're not being given a way of learning how to play it in the game itself. You need to go looking for a manual. So if you are interested, if I have sparked in you an interest in playing some Atari games, please give them the benefit of the doubt. If it doesn't feel like you know what's going on, chances are you need to read the manual. And the best place to go for the manual is Atari Age, because even if they don't have a scan of the manual, usually they'll have a text document version of the manual. So, here we are. We've got the manual here for Haunted House. Part 1, The Tale of Haunted House. Many years ago, in the small town of Spirit Bay, there lived a mean old man named Zachary Graves. Old Man Graves was not very well liked person. He rarely left the old mansion and spent most of his life brooding about the decaying 4-story house. When he died, the house was condemned and locked. The townspeople claimed that Old Man Graves knew the whereabouts of a magic urn that was a family heirloom from the first family of Spirit Bay. It seems that the mansion was the family's first home, and the magic urn, which broke into several pieces during the earthquake of 1890, is still in the old house. To this day, no one has had the courage to go into the mansion to search for the pieces of the urn. It is common knowledge that the ghost of Old Man Graves still haunts the mansion. Some of the neighbors claim to have seen lights flickering in the windows. Some say they have heard eerie sounds, doors slamming, and heavy footsteps. Some even claim to have seen shadows running through the mansion. The mysterious mansion has 24 rooms, connected by long corridors and staircases. Some of the rooms have been locked for over 50 years. There is supposed to be a master key hidden somewhere in the mansion. Without the key, it might be impossible to travel from room to room. There is also an ancient scepter hidden in the mansion. Old Man Graves always carried his scepter. He believed it scared off evil spirits. Now that you know the story, Atari is unlocking the entrance to the haunted house and letting you test your bravery. Do you dare enter the frightening old mansion? Or do you, if you do, remember to carry matches? The haunted house is very dark. When you are ready to challenge your courage, insert the game program cartridge and turn on your Atari video computer system, VCS, to enter the main room on the first floor of the haunted house. The objective of the game is to find 3 pieces of the magic urn and carry them back to the main entrance of the mansion before losing all 9 of your lives. Yes, 9. This game was, you might be thinking, oh, 9 lives, that's generous. Usually it's about 3. No, that's not generous. That is not generous. These ghosts come out of nowhere and they just tackle you. It's terrifying. Your score is based on the number of matches you use during your search and the number of lives you use. So basically, you've got a number of matches when you go in. And you can walk around the haunted house blind. You can just walk around in the dark. You can't see anything. But what you need to do is you hit the button on the controller, which lights a match. And that allows you to see where the edges of walls and things are and helps you to navigate around the mansion. So if you use too many matches, you might run out of matches before you reach the end of the game, and therefore you might not be able to find your way back. Maybe a door is locked and you're stuck, unable to go back because you can't find your way. Pieces of the urn are randomly scattered throughout the 24 rooms in the mansion. There are 4 floors, and each floor has 6 rooms. The floors are connected by a staircase. The rooms are connected by corridors and doorways. Some of the doors are locked, so find the master key, which is also hidden in the mansion. Finding the urn wouldn't be so difficult, except that the mansion is dark. To enable you to see your way around, we have provided you with an unlimited supply of matches. Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry, they're unlimited. You don't actually... But you do lose points every time you use one. An unlimited supply of matches, which you light by pressing the red controller button. Now that you know that you must use matches, we want to warn you about the creatures you will encounter as you stumble through the mansion. Be prepared to see a vampire bat, hairy tarantulas, and the ghost of Old Man Graves himself. Every time one of these creatures touches you, you'll be scared to death, and consequently lose a life. So far, we have told you some of the things to expect in Haunted House. Here is some information to help you understand the objects and characters on the screen, and the progressive levels of difficulties. The difficulty is the part I care about. The urn is broken into 3 pieces, and a match must be lit to see all the objects. So that's the thing. You need to use the matches because you can't see the objects in the room until you light a match. To pick up a piece of the urn, you need to touch the piece. When you touch it, the piece appears at the bottom right-hand side of the screen. The urn pieces automatically attach as you find and pick up each piece. They bond together to form a whole urn as one object. If you pick up another object, the pieces of the urn that you are carrying will be replaced by the new object. So this is one of those cases of inventory management. Just like in Adventure, you've got one inventory slot. You can either carry the scepter, the urn, or the master key. You can't carry all 3. When you've successfully put the 3 pieces of the urn together, you must find your way back to the main entrance of the mansion with the urn. Scepter. The scepter is a magic stick. Excellent description. Used to make you invisible to all creatures in the mansion. To use the scepter, you must drop any other object and pick up the scepter. As long as you hold the scepter, you cannot be scared to death. Like all other objects, while you are holding the scepter, it appears at the bottom right side of the screen, as shown. Well, as shown. We'll see that in a moment. The master key. Games 3 through 9, because there's like 9 different modes. Games 3 through 9 include locked doors, which separate some of the rooms. To open these doors, you need to find the master key. It is hidden in one of the unlocked rooms. To find the key, you must pick it up, and when you hold the key, it appears in the bottom right of the screen. Creatures. Tarantulas look like giant hairy spiders. They move slowly around the mansion. If a tarantula touches you, you will lose a life, unless you are carrying the scepter. Vampire bats fly quickly in the mansion. You will die unless you're carrying the scepter. There is one very fast moving ghost in the mansion. This is like a chase enemy. The ghost is kind of like, you know, Mr. X. There's one very fast moving ghost in the mansion. It can move through locked doors and walls to chase you anywhere in the house. If the ghost touches you, you will get scared to death. You will lose a life, but carrying the scepter in games 1 through 7 will protect you from the ghost. Not in 8 or 9. If you want hard mode, 8 or 9. There it is. When any creature enters the room, your lighted match is blown out, but the creature's body glows in the dark. Okay, I want to move forward to difficulties. Game variants. Okay, Game 1. Game is the beginning level. It includes lighted walls to help you see the rooms. There are no doors, so no key is required, but you do need to light the match to see objects. 3 creatures, 1 bat, 1 tarantula, and 1 ghost try to scare you to death. In Game 2, the mansion is all dark. There are unlocked doors, 3 creatures. In Game 3, it's like Game 2, except some of the doors are locked. but you'll find the master key in the first room you enter. So you'll always know where the key is, but obviously you won't be able to carry it everywhere if you are also carrying the pieces of the urn. Game 4. Game 4 is the same as Game 3, except that the master key is in a different location each time the game is played. That's the true randomizer right there. Game 5. Everything is the same as Game 4, but now there are 2 additional tarantulas chasing you. That means that there are 3 spiders in the game chasing you. So basically, we're in the residence. You know, if you've played the original Resident Evil, we're actually in the residence with all the giant spiders around. In Game 6, all 5 creatures can chase you from room to room. Only the ghost can pass through a locked door. In Game 7, if you are touched by the bat, any object you are holding will be dropped and moved to another room in the mansion. I think they got that idea from Adventure. Game 8. Game 8 is the same as 7, but all of the creatures move faster. And to make things tougher, the ghost is not affected by the scepter. Game 9. This is the ultimate haunted house. Game 9 has the same gameplay as Game 8, but this time the floor plan is different. And you'll find yourself in a completely different maze of rooms. For an added element of surprise, all 5 creatures can chase you from room to room and even through locked doors. And we are going to be playing, because it's already 10:30, we are going to be playing Game 3. So, Game 3 is, we start with the master key, some of the doors are locked, and, the enemies can't move through doors. Through locked doors. Yeah, I think that would be the best one to go for, because, while, obviously, I would love to have spent more time playing this, we did go on for a bit at the beginning, so we will just do a slightly easier one, so we can then move on to Yars Revenge. And I will take us back to... There we go. That's us, right? If you're wondering what's us, which one's us? I lost my mouse. There it is. That's us. We are a pair of eyes in the dark. We literally cannot see anything, as you can see. You can see the walls right now. But, we're going to switch the game mode. 2, 3. So we got game mode 3, which you can see here. This is our lives, and this is the number of matches we have used. If we use a match, this will go up by 1. And if we pick up the scepter, or the urn pieces, or the key, it'll appear round about here on the screen. You're a Pac-Man ghost that was eaten? It does kind of look like that, doesn't it? I hadn't even considered that, but you're right. Yeah, absolutely. But this is how they decided to portray, because it wasn't about, you know, making the perfect game back then. You weren't going to get a game like Resident Evil on the Atari 2600. What you were going to get is an impression. This is artistry, you know? So the impression that we've got here is, these are the rooms, these bits are the walls, and this is us. We're a pair of eyes in the dark, just hoping to find our way around, which I think is really cool. I like what they've done here. I like the presentation of this game. So, in case you've never seen an Atari 2600 before, there are actually levers on the front of the 2600, and that is how you choose your game. So I've got this lever here, which obviously you can't see, but I've got a lever here which increases the game, so we can choose which game mode that we want to play, and then we actually hit the reset button to start the game itself. And we will do that right now. There we go. That is us. So there should be a key in here. There's no key in here. I hope you'll forgive the fact that I'm going to be using a lot of matches. There's no key. Oh. Is it meant to make the peppery static noise? Yeah, that's footsteps. Oh wait, I've got the key. I must have picked it up. It's right there. I didn't realize I already had it. Okay. So this is the sound of me banging into a wall. The pop, 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 that's it. There's no pause button, by the way. Okay, so that's one life gone. Okay, I have the key. I was not aware that I had the key. So, I guess what we do now is we just kind of walk around, try to figure out where we're going. So this is a staircase that is going to lead us upstairs. Where's this going to lead us? That's dead end. I'm getting done, but do you know what? I'm going to hit the reset button. I hope you don't mind. I'm going to start over again because I was, you know, as I'm explaining, things are attacking me. So, there was a key. There's the key. Okay. So we can go through that door. We can go up these stairs. So we're now on the second floor. What have we got? Oh, that's a piece of the urn. Okay. Oh, that's one of the locked doors. Okay, I can put that down. I went straight to the blood spider. Of course it is. Let me grab that key. Okay. Maybe I have to go around. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a locked door? Oh, no. Oh! Oh, I got another piece of the urn. But how do I... I'm stuck. Okay. There's got to be another way to get into that room. Because obviously I can't carry the key and the urn at the same time. So I can't, like... Oh, no. Oh, I can. I can actually do that. So... I'm going to put this piece of the urn here. I'm going to take the key with me. Now, do I want to go that way? Oh my goodness. They jump scare you through the bloody doors. Heck, no. Does this go up or down? That goes up. Oh, I got the scepter. Ooh, okay. Oh, that's a locked door. Okay. So the scepter is good. I'm already on my 8th match. Okay, 4th floor. That's locked. Ah, damn it. What's this? Oh, staircase. Well, this is back down to 3. Oh no. Okay. Oh, it's the last piece of the urn. No, no. I should have picked it up. They had the scepter on me. Okay. No, I'm immune. The jump scares are real. Can't go that way. The door's locked. Ah! I thought I could get to the staircase there, but I shouldn't have left the scepter behind. Damn it. I can't. Oh my goodness, they are really on my ass right now. I'm back to the 3rd floor. Okay. Well, there's the key. 2nd floor. 1st floor. I can't go that way. Here it comes. Go around. Oh no! Oh no! I need the key! The key's upstairs! Where'd I leave it? Was it around here somewhere? Maybe upstairs again? Oh no, where did I put the key? I just walked past it. Where was it? Oh my goodness, I actually died. I actually lost. Holy crap. Wow. They were really on my ass throughout that entire game. That was wild. All right, we're gonna have another crack at that. Died with your eyes open. Yeah, pretty much. Damn, I used 21 matches as well. I used way too many matches. Okay. I got some of the urn shards very, very quickly, which is something which obviously you need to do. The biggest part is not losing the key. If you lose the key, you can't open the door, right? So that's kind of a big deal. You need the key. So we're gonna have another crack at that. And we start over. Right. Key is there. That's a staircase. We're on the second floor. Actually, before we go to the second floor, we should explore downstairs. Because there's a shard here, look. Okay. How'd you do that? I don't... Do you, like, put it like that? Uh-oh. Can he walk through that door? Yes, he can! Of course the ghost can go through the door. I forgot about that. Yeah, yeah. The ghost can still go through the locked door. Okay. Right. Oh no. Oh no. Please don't tell me I locked the key in that room. No! Did I just lock the key in that room? Oh no! I would say that you've got to be careful where you go, but honestly, there's not a lot you can do about it. That's locked. Oh, I think I've just screwed myself. I don't think I can actually finish this. I don't have the key. I think I just stuck the... I think I just stuck the key on the wrong side of the door. And now I can't go anywhere. Yeah, I literally can't get outside of this space. I have screwed myself. There we go. Alright, so we start over. Oh, the scepter is here? That's useful while we're walking around. Can't go that way. Oh, no, I didn't mean to pick that up. Oh, no! I made an oops. So you can't pick up things. You can't pick up things if you can't see them. So, I couldn't pick the scepter back up when the ghost came. So that's locked. That's locked. Okay. We'll put the scepter here. Take the key. Ah, there's another piece. Okay. So how exactly do I take it? Oh! 2 pieces of it. There we go. Nice. Oh, right. Oh! No way! I got all 3 pieces of the urn right at the beginning. At this point, I don't really care if I lock the, Stop it. Can't do it. Okay. I need to find another way around then, I guess. Yeah, I actually don't recall how you're supposed to get the urn through a locked door. I don't actually recall. Oh no. What? Hang on, am I just stupid or something? Is this a me issue? 'Cause like there you go. And we escaped. Yeah, streamer luck. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. I can't believe that we actually had all of the pieces on the bottom floor. That was insane. That's really unusual. I don't think I've ever seen that before. It's been a while since I played this. Like, the last time I played Haunted House was actually last year during Atari Week. So, you know, it was one of those things where it's just been such a long time since I've actually played this that, you know, you're gonna forget some things. I'm a little bit confused. I'm gonna take a little look, see if there's an answer, if Google has an answer for me. How do you open locked doors while carrying the urn? I wonder if they'll know what I'm talking about. They don't. Haunted house. Okay, this doesn't answer my question in the slightest. Google AI is just, like, terrible. To open locked doors while carrying the urn in Haunted House, you must first drop the urn and pick up the master key. That doesn't help me. Then drop the key to pick up the urn again. The master key will unlock any secured door, but you can only hold one item at a time, so you need to make multiple trips. Locate the master key. Find the master key in one of the unlocked rooms. Drop the urn. Leave the urn in a safe place. Pick up the master key while you are not carrying anything else. Unlock the door. Use the key to open the locked door. You must have the key in hand to open the door. Pick up the urn again. Drop the master key and retrieve the urn to continue get. So how do I get the urn through a locked door? That doesn't answer the question. That just does not answer the question. Oh my goodness. And the only thing I can assume is that maybe there is a path through the mansion that doesn't require you to go through a locked door. I can't see. I'm looking at the map now and I can't see a path through the entire mansion. Oh, there kind of is. Oh, there kind of is. There is actually a path through the mansion. We're gonna have another crack at that. Without cheesing the doors. Okay. So I got the key. We're gonna start by exploring the downstairs. See if there's any pieces of the urn here. Doesn't appear to be. So the item locations in this game do get randomized every time you restart. So you're never, you know, doing the same thing over and over again. Oh. The design of the mansion doesn't change. The design of the mansion doesn't change, but there's a piece. Ooh, I need to go. Oh, oh. Ah, come on. Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's actually a way to go through the entire mansion without having to use the key. And I don't think there is. There's a way around here somewhere. Come on. Jump scared by the ghost. Okay, so we're gonna put the key in this room, right? Because that's the starting point. Crap, 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 crap. Is it gonna follow me? Right, was it in this room? Wasn't it in here? Was I wrong? Um, That door shouldn't be... That shouldn't be locked. Oh, yeah, whoa, I just realized where I am. I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong room. Oh, wow, there's nothing in this room. Where am I in? 4th floor. So actually doing this without the key makes it a lot easier to like map out where you're trying to go. You get a better idea for where things are. So that's oh. So I can get back to the main... Oh, I can't go that way. I feel like I can get around it. I can get back to the main foyer by basically go to 2, down to 1. Yeah, so okay. Damn it. So you can go around this place without using the key. Okay. So that's kind of the goal. That's what we want. Because keys give us the ability to use a shortcut, essentially. So like I can do that. But you don't want to overuse the key, you know? Because you could end up getting yourself stuck in the location that you can't get out of without the key, and then you can't take the you can't take the pieces of the urn with you. Crap. Oh, no! Oh, that's downstairs. I don't want to go downstairs. I want... Or do I? Yeah, I can't go that way. Can't go that way. That way's open. And this is... Oh! Oh, I got stuck on the corner. Damn it. So that goes back down. I don't want to go down, though. Oh, yeah, you know, down's good. Down's good, too. Oh, the key was in this room. Yes, it was. That's right. That's where I put the key down. One of the other benefits as well that the key gives you is that enemies can't chase you through locked doors. So that's a huge bonus. So it allows you to explore a little bit more safely. To try and figure out where you're going, you know? Oh! Okay. How do I get that home, though? I've literally got 1 life left. Okay, so let's... Oh, I'm not going to be able to get out of this room now. where I am. I don't know where I am. I must be on the left side? Okay. I don't know where I am. Oh, I got spidered. Spider got me. All right, we'll try that again. We'll try this one more time. We'll see if I can do it with we'll start by like exploring. Oh, what'd I get? Oh, 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 that's a good start. I got a piece of the urn. Oh, I got 2 pieces of the urn. I got the whole urn again. This has never happened before. And it's happened now twice in one stream. Immediately get done by the back. Yeah, okay. So, let's see. Wait. Oh, scepter's useful. Oh my goodness, there you go. I did it without the key. I did it without cheesing it. Although, twice now I've had all of the urn pieces in the same room. On the same floor. That's wild. Okay. I've never seen that before. But there you have it. That is Haunted House. And like I said, it's not Resident Evil. But you can see the similarities. Oh, you need a key to go through this door. And when you go through this door, you can find the scepter. And the scepter is going to help you against the enemies. But you need to know, you need to do inventory management to be able to go, oh, well, I need to carry this with me because this part is kind of scary. I don't know where I'm going. I need the key to be able to go through here so I can explore. And, oh, look, there's a piece of the urn. Ah, now I can't carry the piece of the urn because I've got the key on me. So I need to find my way around the mansion without the key. So even though the key is there, it's very useful. It allows you to escape from monsters. It's one of those sorts of games where you've got to go forward. You've got to find the way forward. Drop an item, go back and get the scepter, come forward, explore a little bit ahead, drop the scepter, go get the urn, come back to the scepter. It's one of those, you got to keep going back and forth. But as you can see, there's a lot of similarities here at very least with Resident Evil. You can see the DNA that's there, and that's the point that I've been trying to get across. It's not to say that this is a market replacement for Resident Evil, not at all. But you can see the similarities. You can see the little strands of mimetic information, those ideas, those thoughts, those inspirations that go from all the way back to, as I mentioned, Pong, all the way through to Space Invaders, and now that you're playing Pac-Man and you're wandering around a maze, what else can we do with that? And you've got Haunted House, and you've got Adventure, and Adventure you can look at Adventure and kind of see a primitive Legend of Zelda, and I think when you look at Haunted House, you can see a primitive Resident Evil, but, make your mind up for yourself. You can always, like I said, find these games on the Internet Archive. Most of these games you can get for free. I'm not really advocating piracy. Please do not download games. But they just so happen to have the entire Atari 2600 library on the Internet Archive. So, yeah, that is up to you to decide, right? Personally, I'm playing this currently on the Atari 2600 Plus, which is a modern system that was released a few years ago. And along with it came a cartridge, and on that cartridge is, like I said, Adventure, Haunted House, and the next game that we're going to play is also on there, and that game is Yars Revenge. I am moving forward quickly. I'm really sorry about that. We did spend a long time on Adventure, and I spent a long time talking beforehand. But you know what? If you've enjoyed the stream so far tonight, please do consider leaving a thumbs up to let YouTube know that you liked it. And, you know, say hi in the chat. That's always welcome. We'd love to have, you know, a conversation. I want to hear your side of the story. What do you think? Do you like these games? Do you think this is really interesting? I assume that you do on the account of the fact that you are still here. But yes, do consider leaving a thumbs up, and I will move on now to Yars Revenge, which is my favorite game, or one of my favorite games on the Atari 2600. As a Haunted House is up there too, you know, as well as Adventure, but for me, it's the sweet simplicity of Yars Revenge. So we are going to jump over to that now, and we're going to spend the next half an hour to an hour or so playing Yars Revenge. Let me just take us over to the chatting screen, because I need to switch over the cartridge. And of course, by switch over the cartridge, what I mean is literally pick up the cartridge and switch the dip switches. So this is... There we go. That should be Yars Revenge. So Yars Revenge is a game by _Owd_Warshaw, who came into Atari and he had an idea. Like, he joined Atari, he didn't really know a whole lot of what he was doing, to be fair. And he had an idea. He was more of an artist, he said. He was definitely more of an artist. And he wanted to see what he could do with video games. There's no game called Yars Revenge. Oh, it didn't recognize it didn't recognize the name Yars Revenge because it didn't put the apostrophe into it. Alright. So Yars Revenge, like I said, was created by _Warshaw. _Warshaw joined Atari because he was an artist. He wanted to discover what he could do with the medium of video games. And he had an idea. And his idea was... he was asked to make a... he was asked to make a version of another game. And I can't remember. I think it was called Star Fortress. Yes, it was. It was... Or Space Fortress? Star Fortress? I think it was Star Fortress. Hang on a minute. Star Fortress arcade. Yes, it was. It was Star Fortress. So Star Fortress released in arcades. It was a vector-based game. It was... Oh, no, sorry, no, Star Fortress came later. It was actually Star Castle. My bad. See, I was close, but there's so many games that have similar names. There's a game called Star Castle. And Star Castle, like I said, was a vector-based game. Where what you had was, like, the enemy was at the core of several rings of shields. And your goal... in Star Castle was to break down the rings of shields and fight the enemy head on. And it was asked of _Warshaw turn this into an Atari game, and he's like, I don't think that's even possible. But he took it on anyway, and he ran with it. He went in a direction that a lot of people weren't expecting, and he did so in a way that made this game really stand out from a lot of other games on the Atari 2600. The game itself is pretty simple. It's a similar design concept to a lot of Atari games at the time, which was 1 or 2 levels that you repeat over and over again, with the difficulty getting higher by the enemies moving faster, or by different obstacles appearing in your way. Maybe there's more enemies, maybe there's faster enemies, maybe there's a sequence of events that the enemies do that you need to account for differently. Their pattern changes. And so Howard Scott Warshaw took this concept and he was like, right, we're gonna try and make Star Castle. And it was not Star Castle. It was decidedly not Star Castle. And so he took the idea and he turned it into Yars Revenge. And Yars Revenge, he had so many ideas behind. This is why I mentioned at the beginning the fact that he was more of an artist than a game designer. And, you know, I do believe that game design is art, but he went into this with the idea of, okay, this isn't going to be Star Castle, but I'm going to turn Yars Revenge into something that is better than Star Castle. The gameplay itself, like I said, quite minimal. It's just 2 levels that repeats over and over again, that gradually gets faster and faster. But what he did with this was something unheard of. So you've heard me today talking about this story of adventure and haunted house. There's always a little bit of a blurb in the manual, which is why it's important to read the game manuals for Atari 2600 games. Yars Revenge did ship with a manual, and there is a story in the manual, and I will read it to you in just a moment. But Yars Revenge also shipped with a comic book. It was the first game to ever have a multimedia tie-in. Howard Scott Warshaw decided if they wanted to tell this story, it wanted to be a grand space opera. What is the best way that we can get that across in the limited format of an Atari 2600 game? Well, we can't. We can include a comic book. Most people who like video games probably also like some form of comic book, whether it be Western comics or nowadays, for us in the West, manga has become more accessible. So the ability to appreciate a comic book is something core to the nerd and the geek hobby and interest, Venn diagram. You like video games, you probably like comics too. You know, they cross over, they overlap on the Venn diagram. So he makes this game, he makes the story, which goes into the manual, and then also it has the mini comic book, which tells a story of the evil alien creature, the 𝗬𝗁, coming and destroying the planet of Razak 4, where the helpless Yars can only sit and watch as this devastating cosmic entity completely sends them to the point of extinction. Now there are only a few Yars left, and they will have their revenge. That was the plot. That was the idea. It's like, oh my goodness, this is actually pretty interesting. What is this? Is there more to this? Yes, there is. I want to know more. That is the comic book. I would have you read the comic book yourself. But we're going to take a look here. Where is the story? So, okay, so actually it doesn't really have much of a blurb. It just kind of tells you what things are. So, we start with Section 1, terminology. This is very, very important to establish your terminology, especially in a game like this. In games that don't have tutorials to literally point you at something and say, oh, that's a bomb flower, or point to that, oh, that's your morph ball. You can turn into a ball and go under things now, you know? Instead, you've got a couple of words and a description, and that's how you define your terminology. So we start with the terminology of Yars Revenge. Yar. What is a Yar? A fly simulator under direct user control. What does that mean? Well, it is what it is. It is a almost like an android or a drone flyer that is under direct user control. So I guess it's not a drone if you're actually in it, I suppose. So maybe it's something more like an ornithopter, you know? It's bug-like in its design. Its wings flap rather than being an actual helicopter or some kind of starship. It's instead an ornithopter style machine. Energy missiles. Missile shot by the Yar removes cells. Oh, hang on a second. Remove cells. Where are cells? We'll get to that. Cotile. A laser base-like object on the right side of the screen, behind a shield. Okay, so the cotile. That's the thing that we need to destroy. The cotile, the laser base-like object on the right side of the screen. Okay, that's the thing we're shooting. Shield. I think we know what a shield is, but energy shield protecting the cotile, composed of cells. Ah, there's that word again. Cells. All right. Cells, elements of which a shield is comprised. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep, the shield is made of cells. You got use the energy missiles from the Yar to destroy the cells. Pretty straightforward. Destroyer missile, a guided missile put out by the cotile to destroy Yars. Okay, we gotta watch out for that. The Zorlon cannon, pulsing, scintillating fireball, appears on the left side of the screen and traverses the screen horizontally. What this doesn't actually tell you is that the Zorlon cannon is the only way to actually destroy the cotile. The swirl. A whirling pinwheel fired by the cotile to destroy Yars. And the neutral zone. A colorful and glittering path down the center of the playfield. When in the zone, a Yar cannot operate fire commands, and he cannot be harmed by the destroyer missile. However, the Yar can be destroyed by the swirl. Okay. Gameplay. The primary objective of the game is to break a path through the shield and destroy the cotile with a blast from the Zorlon cannon. The secondary objective is to score as many points as possible. See figure 1. For that's like, there's an image that's on the second page. For an explanation of the objects on the playfield. The shield is the red area in front of the cotile base. It appears in one of two shapes, as an arch, which is what Star Castle was. Star Castle was a series of concentric rings around the character in the center. It appears to be one of two shapes, an arch or a shifting rectangle. The shield is made up of cells. The Yar Scout can destroy these cells by firing at them with energy missiles from any location on the playfield, or by devouring them on direct contact. You can literally go up to the shield and chew on the shield. It's great. The Zorlon cannon can be used to demolish cells, but this is a waste of a powerful weapon. Note, to learn how to control the Yar and other aspects of the game, please be sure to see Section 3 on using the controllers. we don't need to worry about using the controllers. I've used one of these for a very long time. Once a path has been cleared through the shield, the Xolon cannon must be used to destroy the code-tile. Call up the cannon. To call up the cannon, the Yar can either eat a cell or run over the code-tile. Sorry, I misread that. There's more to the sentence, but it's not relevant. The Xolon cannon appears on the left side of the playfield and moves in a direct line with the Yar. This means the Yar is in its line of fire. It is important, therefore, to aim the cannon at the code-tile, fire it, and fly out of the way fast. The code-tile shoots two weapons, the destroyer missiles and the swirls. The destroyer missiles come in more or less constant stream, one at a time. The Yar must do his best to dodge them periodically. The destroyer missiles are essentially a drone that the code-tile sends out, and it's always trying to track you, always trying to kill you. Periodically, the code-tile transforms into the swirl. This swirl winds up and rushes off after the Yar. A swirl can be destroyed with the Xolon cannon by hitting it, either in its base location or in mid-air. As a player's score increases, the swirl becomes increasingly dangerous. The glittering path. This is interesting. The glittering path down the center of the screen is the neutral zone. This area will protect a Yar from destroyer missiles, but not from swirls. When in the neutral zone, a Yar cannot fire energy missiles of its own. When a Yar is hit by a destroyer missile, a swirl, or his own Xolon cannon, he dies. Each player has 4 Yars to play in a game. Additional Yars can be earned by scoring. And of course, we all know that is. So, what about this comic book that I was talking about? There's no mention of any of this. So the comic book tells us that Yars Revenge takes place in the distant future. So distant, in fact, that houseflies from Earth that boarded upon human colonies, ships, basically became the only inhabitants of a planet named Razak. And Razak, over millions and millions of years, the flies became a sentient species. And so the Yars are the descendants of Earth houseflies in the far distant future. While they were just doing their fly thing, the cosmic entity known as the code-tile arrives and destroys Razak 4, their homeworld. And the glittering path, known as the neutral zone, is actually a highly radioactive band of energy and matter that has been left in the solar system after the destruction of Razak 4. So the code-tile is on one side of the radiation path, and you, the Yars, are on the other side of the radiation path. So what you have to do is travel through the radioactive remnants of your homeworld and face the code-tile head on. That is such a cool story. Like, it's got everything. It's got bug-eyed monsters, it's got space lasers, it's got cosmic entities destroying entire planets. And that's why it had to be done as a comic book, because there was more to this. Howard Scott Warshaw wanted this game to be more than just beep boop shooting things on a screen. And he came up with a really unique background story for the aliens and the creatures involved. And why are we fighting? Why are we, the bug-eyed aliens, fighting against this strange cosmic entity? Well, that's the reason why. So, with that said, I'm going to take us back over one last time to the Atari word screen. and we're going to play some Yars Revenge. So this is what we were talking about. Okay, so you can't really see me, but I'm here. I'm behind the chat. That is me. That is the Yar. Oh, he's about to get blown up. Oh no, the Yar got blown up. That's a shame. This is the Cotile. This is the shield made up of energy cells. This, as you might guess, is the missile that is coming directly right for me. You can kind of see, like, you can't because it's behind Marley, but there's like a glowing shape just here. That's the Zolon cannon. And this is the radioactive remnants of Razak 4. Today, oh, actually, tell you what, I need to see the different game modes. I need to pick a game mode. Game variations, there we go, that's what we're looking for. Game 0, this is the simplest version, good choice for young children to play. It features a slow destroyer missile. Okay, Game 1. This is a 2-player version of Game 0. Okay, we won't be doing that one. Game 2. This is normal game with 2 alternating shield configurations plus a destroyer missile and a swirl traveling at normal speed. I think we're going to go for Game 2. So we will use the... There you go. Game 2 selected. And there's, you know, there's a few. So there's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4... 5, 6, 7, and that's the, so there's 8 game modes in total. Game mode 2, that's the single player version of the normal difficulty game, and that's the one that we're gonna play. And we hit the reset switch, and we're in. Oh, watch out. Did I make a mistake? Hold up. That was bloody fast. Have I made a mistake somewhere? What am I doing? Crap, that's quick. Close. I'll eat that shield. I can't get to that last piece of shield. There we go. No, that was terrible. Try again. Oh no, he turned into a swirl while I was on top of him. That's, yeah. That's me not paying attention. There we go. And you are treated to a victory celebration of epilepsy. So this is the, what they were saying, the shifting, rotating, shield. I'm watching that little, okay. Yeah! So this is it, and it's very simple. It's very straightforward. It's actually quite loud. I realized I've got my volume up all the way. Sorry, I didn't realize I had the volume up. If someone should have said something. Let me turn the volume down for you guys, so you're not. There we go. I had to turn the volume down for myself as well. Sorry, guys. If it was loud, you should have said something. I'm very happy to turn the volume down if you guys, if it's not enjoyable. I know this drone is a little bit loud, but yeah. Okay. So that's basically it. That is Yars Revenge. But you continue to do it, you get a higher score, see how far you can go, see how many times that you can actually defeat the CODES, see how many points you get. That's the importance of it. That's the the main focus of the game is getting a high score, but it's done in a very unique way. It's done in a way where, you know, you don't necessarily have a game quite like Yars Revenge, and for me that is why I find it very interesting, because it's its own thing, you know. It's special, it's different. Even when it was based off of a game called Star Castle, it's still its own thing. You know, it does that. I alluded to it with Haunted House being made awake. I figured it was just how the game was. Yeah, if things are too loud, feel free to just say, hey, this sounds a little bit loud, and I'll make sure to turn it down, because the last thing I want to do is to, you know, turn you guys away from enjoying a game because it seems like it's louder than it actually is. That's unfortunate. I'm really sorry about that. If I had noticed, I would have turned that down ages ago. And here's the thing, right? I have a high score book. I keep my high scores written down in a book. I actually don't have a pen on me, which is really funny because Kiko bought me a packet of pens for my birthday, but I don't have them in here with me. So if you'll just give me just a moment, I'm gonna rush out and grab a pen and come back. Please don't go away. I certainly, well, actually, I'll probably just leave this on, to be honest, and I'll just mute myself. Be right back. Alright, sorry about that one. Alright, I'm back now. I'm back. I'm here. Yeah, so I've got a high score book. The thing is, much like a lot of different limitations that the Atari games have, one of them is they don't have on-cartridge storage. You know, that would have been really expensive back in the day. So what they do have is a, you know, you have this high score system here. There's no onboard battery. There's no way of saving that. So what you do is you just get a book. And I've got a little book. I've got a little book which is my high score book. And my current high score on Yars Revenge, though I have played this a few times since, and I think I've actually beaten this high score, but I didn't write it down. My current high score, according to the book, is 106,604. And I've already played like a mook, right? We've already lost one life. So I can't imagine that we're going to beat that right now. But I think either now or in my second playthrough, we may actually go for a high score and see if I can fill this in. I did put a new high score into my book. It's not a particularly good high score, but I did put a high score of 13,030 for Junior Pac-Man when we played on Monday. But yeah, I would like to get a high score. And that's kind of what we're going to be doing tomorrow as well. Tomorrow we're going to be playing a new version of this game. I say new, it's been out for about 5 years now. A newish version of this game called Yars Recharged, which is a part of the Atari Recharge series, which takes these classic games and re-releases them on modern hardware, but with a new spin. And the benefit of the new version of Yars Revenge, Yars Recharge, is that it's got an online leaderboard. So now when you get a high score, it automatically gets uploaded to the online leaderboard. And I am still going for a high score. I think I'm like 30 something in the world. I'm not entirely sure. We're gonna have to check that out the next time. We'll check that out tomorrow. But I would like to get higher. I would like to get into the 20s. I would love to get into the top 10. And you know what? If I can make it to the top 10, why not go all the way? That's the way I see it. May as well. I've got a little bit of a competitive streak when it comes to high score games, I will admit. Could you... Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Right. Leave me alone. Oh, no! Oh. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna be hitting that high score, am I? Whoa! Whoa! That was quick! Good grief! What was that? Oh, I forgot you've got... I forgot that there was, vertical scrolling. Oh, I hit the... Damn it. I hit the missile. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. I hit the missile again! What's wrong with me? Oh, watch out. Oh, I missed. Oh my goodness, I'm doing terribly at this. There he goes. Wow, I'm doing terrible right now. What's happening to me? I'm dreading tomorrow. Yars Recharge is actually, I think, a lot harder than this. Especially like the later stages where you've got... Especially in some of the later stages where you've got a lot of really dangerous enemies just kind of gunning for you in a quite literal way, you know? Oh, that was it. 31,000. That kind of sucked, didn't it? That wasn't great. Let me just double check for a second. So game 2, game 3. Okay, no, it's game 2 that I want. That swirl feels really fast. All right, 4 lives. Here we go. Got it. Easy. Quick. More like that. We want more like that. That's the way we want to do it, okay? That's the way up. How about I shut the hell up? How about that one? Yeah, throw shot. Nice. Again with the single block, the single cell right in front of his bloody face. Right in front of his stupid bloody face. Thank you. There we go. Here it comes again. Oh my goodness, what is with this aim? Bloody hell. I'm on 18,000. 18,000! 18! My high score is 106. I don't think I'm gonna get there today. I hit the missile. I hit the missile. Again. Nice. Good job. Good job. Got it. Got it. 25,000. So I need to do that another 4 times to be able to actually get to my high score. Okay. What a shot! Right in the middle. Ooh, that missile is moving a lot quicker now. Oh, what? Oh my goodness, it tracked me. It tracked me across the plane of, you know, going from the vertical scroll. Wow. I can't believe it actually tracked me like that. That's insane. Oh, I missed. My goodness. Got him! What a shot! Just he was about to swirl me up. 39,000. Oh my goodness. Oh, that missile is fair off in now. Good grief. He's right on my ass. Look at that. I just clipped my tail. 42,000. That isn't even my second place on my scorebook. My second place is 76,000. I've still got a long way to go. It's been a while. Let's be real, right? How does it do that? I'm sorry. How does it do that? How does it track me so well? This feels way harder. What is happening? Wow, okay. This is normal. I must be just slipping in my old age. My response time is trash. So I actually don't. Bloody hell. So actually shooting the shield isn't particularly good. What you want to do is you want to eat the shields, right? You get the most points from eating the shield. So you actually get 69 points, nice, from destroying a shield cell. But if you eat it instead of shooting it, you get a bonus 100 points. So if you want to get the absolute maximized amount of points in this game, your best bet is to nom, which, to be fair, is my favorite part of this game. So, you know, the fact that you can actually eat the shields instead of shooting them is the part that makes this game the most interesting to me. So, good. I get more points for that. Oh, don't get any points for getting killed, though. Okay. The other way to get the most points is you shoot the ___ swirl while it's moving. So let me just let you in on the scoring system. Actually, that's a good idea, isn't it? Should let you guys know what the scoring system is. So, the scores are as follows. If you destroy a shield cell, you get 69 points. Nice. If you destroy a shield cell, but you do so by eating it, you get 169 points. When you destroy the ___ you get 1,000 points. If you destroy the swirl while it's still in place, when the ___ transforms into the swirl, if you destroy the swirl, you don't get 1,000 points, you get 2,000 points. And then if you destroy the swirl in mid-air, you get 6,000 points and you get a bonus life. So that is the hardest one to get, 6,000 points and an additional life for shooting the swirl in mid-air. Okay, so we want to do a little bit of damage. It's only 69 points, but we want to get the whoa! There was no warning for that. So what we want to do to maximize our points, we want to eat as many of these shield cells as possible without putting ourselves in, you know, immediate danger. Oh! I put myself into immediate danger. I did put myself into immediate danger. That happened. Gotta keep this missile off my back, though. Woo! Got him. 26,000. Well, you know, we're gaining points a lot quicker now that I'm actually playing the game properly. Now that I actually know what my different points values are. Come on. Come on, you horrible missile. Of course, it does get to a point later on in the game where you simply cannot spend time eating the shield because that missile is moving so fast. Then you're probably better off just shooting the damn thing. Oh! I hit the missile and not the code tile. So I kind of want to shoot the code tile when it's turning into a swirl. Even just to get the additional points, the double points for the kill. But if I can get the 6,000 points, that would be great. Like that! Hell yeah! 6,000 points! And another life. Excellent! That's what we're going for. That's what we're doing. And there's another one! Hell yeah! 5 lives! Okay, now that I'm like fully on board with what I'm doing, I didn't realize shooting the swirl in mid-air got you so many extra points, but now that I know to do that, oh my goodness, my score is going up! And this is the thing, this is the whole thing about these kinds of games, you know? Oh, I didn't see it. Oh, I didn't see it. Damn. That's the thing about these kinds of games. You learn the strategy as you're going. Oh, I can't eat it. Currently, I feel like it's getting a bit too dangerous to try to tease out the cotile swirl. That maybe it's a bit easier to just go for it, you know. But no risk, no reward. Missed. Okay, that's fine. Like I said, it'd be fine to just get the, it would be fine to get just the swirl when it's stationary, too. Well, see, it's funny, they call it stationary. It's not stationary. It's still sliding up and down the screen. It's actually the missile. It's the missile that's bothering me the most. It's not even the cotile. It's not even the cotile. The cotile is dangerous, sure, but his swirl is just every so often. It's the missile is constantly on your ass. Oh, it hit me! Oh no! That was terrible. Oh my goodness, what was that? There was no build-up to that whatsoever. It was just like, bing, shoot. Okay, well, the shield has turned purple now. That means that I am at the highest level, I think. I am at the highest difficulty level, I believe. I think that's what purple shield means. Whoa! Okay. 72,000. Let me just double check that. There is something about the color of the shields. Oh yeah, here we go. So, game features. Once you reach 70,000 points, the swirl triples in frequency and sometimes fires instantly. There we go. The shield turns blue. At 150,000 points, the swirl returns to normal frequency, but will remain in mid-air to hit you. Shield turns gray. Will remain in mid-air? So will it, like, try to track you? That's interesting. 230,000 points. The swirl again triples in frequency and sometimes fires instantly. Shield turns pink. So our goal, what we're aiming for, is to... Yeah, wow. So I want to shoot the swirl in mid-air. I want to eat the shield cells more than I shoot them. And I need to watch out when I reach 70,000 points, because the swirl gets faster, triples in frequency and sometimes fires instantly. Got it. And the munching thing. Oh no! Oh, I'm not doing too well. That's it. I've gone over the age of 40 now. As of today, I reached the age of 40. It means I can't play video games anymore. That's what it is. That's actually what it is. It's not that I couldn't play video games in the first place. It definitely wasn't that I couldn't play video games in the first place. I always forget that I've got the vertical scrolling. It makes it way easier to juke. I was about to say, it makes it way easier to juke the missile. And then I immediately get hit by a swirl! Come on, come on. Oh! Let's just get rid of him. Let's just get rid of him. Let's just do that. Let's just... not even... Oh, heck. Oh my goodness, did you see that? I just slipped off the shield and crashed into the missile. Oh, this is not going to be the run. This ain't it. This ain't it, fam. This ain't it. Missed. Yeah, you gotta watch out when you fall into one of the gaps between the shield. If you fall into the gaps between the shield, you can get thrown back out like that. Good grief. I want to hit the swirl. I want to hit the swirl again. That's... like that! Get some lives back. Oh, I destroyed the missile. Come on now. Shoot me that swirly boy. Oh no! See, that's it. It is a guts and glory sort of situation, you know? Is that if you don't, it's a win or lose. It's a coin toss. It's a coin toss. It's a coin toss because you could get 6,000 points, or you could die. You know, what's more important to you? That missile's coming close. Don't know. Don't know. Yep. Like, the missile is absolutely necessary in this game. Oh! Yeah. Okay, the missile is absolutely necessary in this game because if it wasn't for the missile constantly tracking you, you could very easily just kind of stay in one spot and farm it for swirls. But because you've always got to keep your attention on the missile itself as well as the swirl, it's one of those things where you just need to know when to fire. You need to know when to move. And you've got to keep track of so much that's happening all at once. If this was missing one aspect, like the way that the _CODES kind of drifts up and down, you know? The way the _CODES drifts up and down is enough to put you off because you're trying to follow the movement of the shield all the while this little bugger here is following you around trying to get to you. So you can't just stand there chewing on the shield. It doesn't work that way. The missile keeps you moving forward. And then, of course, when the swirl happens, you want to get out of there as quickly as possible. So if you stay in one spot over and over for a long time, you are going to be... the swirl will happen, you'll try to get out, and it's like, oh no, there's the missile right behind me. We're going to play this once more, and then we're going to call it there for this evening. This is, like I said, one of my favorite games on the Atari 2600. And it's one of the games that I would always try to recommend to people. It's not Call of Duty. It's not Breath of the Wild. It's not, you gotta have the correct expectations going into this game. This is one of the best games on this system, but it's still on this system, you know? You gotta realize that, you know, grading on a curve sort of thing. You don't want to be making the mistake of thinking like, oh my goodness, this is going to be the best experience ever. It's still a 2600 game. There are some good 2600 games, don't get me wrong, there are. There's some genuinely, console-breaking games. Like, things that you would look at and go, there's no way that is on the Atari 2600. And, oh, I shot the missile again. Damn it. Wait, why can't I eat those ones? I can't eat the back row? Really? Okay. I'll just steal. Got it! Nice! Another 6,000 points. And an extra life. Come on, missile, this way. I swear, can't take this guy anyway. Oh, it's about to turn all swirly. So you can tell he's about to turn swirly because his, the code tiles colors change and they turn red, the same color as the shield, when they're about to turn swirly. There you go, he's turned orange and then red. Oh no! I shot myself with the Zolon cannon! Oh no! I wasn't even paying attention. I was like right on top of the Zolon cannon and I hit the button. He's turning orange. Here he comes. Oh, was the missile there? No, really? That's the other thing with the missile in the neutral zone, is that it's so hard to see. It's easy to, it easily gets lost in there. Here it comes. Turning white, yellow, orange. Here we go. Right. Yellow, orange. Here we go. Okay, I ate all of them. I ate all the Pokemons. Got it! Yes! Another life. Look at that, 45,000. Okay, we're doing quite well. We're doing quite well right now. Let's try and get this over here. So, that was a quick shot there. Pull it back, pull it back. He's about to go swirly. Boom! Another one, 6,000 points. $56,000 points and another life. 5 lives. We're doing quite well right now. Just don't get shot. What did I say? What did I say, me? I said don't get shot. What did you do? You got shot immediately. It's like you're not even listening. Sorry, what did I say? Okay, go. Come on, go swirly. White, yellow, orange. Here he goes. White, yellow, orange. want to get the missile over this side of the field so that I can have more space to... Now, where was I? Where even was I there? That just fire. There you go. White, yellow, orange, swirly. Boom! Another 6,000 points. Oh! There's the Easter egg. HSWWSH. There's the Easter egg. Howard Scott Warshaw. Warshaw Scott Howard. Oh my goodness, I didn't think we'd actually get the Easter egg. That's awesome. We actually got the Easter egg. Okay, so this is something which is very common. Well, I say very commonplace. There's a few games like this on the Atari 2600. So as I was saying, I talked about this a lot yesterday. I talked about it a little bit earlier today. You wouldn't usually find the developers' names in the credits. There were no credits, right? So, Yars Revenge was created by a man named Howard Scott Warshaw. And because they didn't want people to know who it was that made the best games, because they didn't want people scalping, you know, other companies coming in and going, we can offer you the same amount that Atari is offering and dental care. You know, they didn't want people doing that. They didn't want to create this environment where developers could be scalped. Because, and I can kind of understand why. On the first hand, you know, there's very few people that actually know how to make video games in this era. You know, this is the Wild West of video games. So anyone who can make a video game and do it consistently well with some really good ideas, that's someone you want to keep. So obviously you don't want your top talent to be scalped. But on the other hand, the developers wanted their names in the credits. You know, these games were selling so much. Go back to what to the video we were watching yesterday. We see Todd Fry talking about Pac-Man, and Todd Fry was the first person in Atari to not only be credited but to also get a royalty from the games that he made, and his royalty was like 10 cents per cartridge. And he was fine with that. Like he said, he wasn't a businessman. He didn't know any better. And then, of course, he makes Pac-Man, and Pac-Man sells like hotcakes. It says sells 1 million copies. I think by total, like 5 million copies. And 10 cents isn't much. And until you sell 5 million copies of something, then it's actually kind of a lot. So what he was saying was his first payout from royalties for Pac-Man was what was it, like $300,000? Yeah. So, you know, there's a lot. Should he have gotten more? Probably. Like I said, they were charging like $25 to $30 per cartridge. So he could have said like 10%. Actually, not even 10%. 5%. You know, 5% of $25. That'd been okay. 10% would be like $2.50. 5% would have been $1.25. You know, but 5%. I reckon he could have argued for 5%. And even if they said no, like 3%, 4%, you're still making around about $1 per cartridge, not 10 cents, you know? So, but it also means that the more expensive cartridges you'd earn more money on. But like you said, he wasn't a businessman. But at the end of the day, he made Pac-Man. He made the Atari 2600 version of Pac-Man, and he sold millions of copies. He had $300,000 just given to him. In 80s money. Yeah, exactly, Kiko. In 80s money. 1980s money. That's a lot of money. I don't think people, like, there's a lot of people today that think, oh, $300,000, yeah, that's not bad. That's maybe a small house, that's a car. You could definitely get a car with that, obviously. That's a down payment on a house, maybe some furniture to go inside the house. Yeah, okay, that's not too bad. No. So the equivalent would be somewhere close to a million and a half in today's money, I'm pretty sure. Let me quickly just do the quick dirty maths for you, because there is an inflation calculator. Inflation calculator. So, Bank of Australia. No, I need USD. There we go. US inflation calculator. So 300. Oh, Kiko's already got it. $1.182 million of today's money. That's the equivalent. Just being, here you go. Here's your cut of Pac-Man. $330,000. And it was $1.182 million in today's money. That's a lot of money. That's a house. And take into consideration the property market was actually significantly better back in the 80s. Like, you weren't paying several $100,000 for a house unless you're buying a big one. So the property market in the 80s was pretty good. So if you were, like, looking to buy a house, you could, you know, if you're going to do it over a long term, if you're going to get a mortgage, you'd get like 20 grand for a down payment. Probably a lot less. And then you've got $300,000 left. Or $280,000 left. You could buy the car that you want. You could buy all the furniture that you want. You could buy a brand new computer setup for your home, taking consideration that these guys, a lot of them were computer nerds, but a lot of them couldn't afford that. You could be developing your own games from home. And being like, yeah, do you know what? I've worked on this in my spare time. Publish that for me. A big bulk sum like that for doing Pac-Man, that's setting you up for life. And it doesn't sound like much, does it? That's such a shame with modern money. It's like, it doesn't sound like much. $300,000, that's nothing. Back then, that was huge. You know? But, yeah, getting back to what I was saying. So they didn't get credited, and they didn't get royalties for the longest time. So the way they would do that, the way they would get around it is they would hide Easter eggs. And Warren Robinett was the first one. We just played Adventure. I should have shown you the Easter egg. Yeah, I should have showed you the Easter egg. So in Adventure, there's a way to get past one of the barriers. You got to find a particular pixel. It's an invisible pixel. It's hidden on one of the screens. And when you collect the pixel, it allows you to go past the barrier just outside the yellow castle. And when you go past the barrier, you can see Warren Robinett. It's got his name written on it. It's the first ever Easter egg in a video game. And Howard Scott Warshaw did the exact same thing. Now, I don't remember what the exact details are for doing this, but it says in the manual under Section 7, Helpful Hints, when you destroy the co-tile or a swirl, there will be an explosion during which the Yar stays on screen. Use this opportunity to make up your own victory dance. And watch out for the ghost of Yars. You'll see his mean streak, so stay off it. So the mean streak is if I remember correctly, it's like a black line through the explosion. And clearly, when I caused the explosion to happen, I must have landed on the quote-unquote mean streak. And when I did, it triggered the Easter egg. And this is it. This is it right here. HSWWSH, replacing the high score. So now it says Howard Scott Warshaw, Warshaw Scott Howard. And this is how people got credited. This is how people would sneak their names into video games through Easter eggs and things like that. So this is really cool. This is really cool that it's happened. And it happened completely by accident. I wasn't looking for this. I wasn't even 100% sure how to do it. But there it is. I mean, I think this is something you could probably force to happen. I just realized it still says adventure. This is an adventure. It's Yars Revenge. Sorry, I forgot to do that. That means I also forgot to do it for Haunted House. Okay. Professional YouTuber, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, so this is fantastic. I couldn't have asked, you know, I couldn't have planned this. Wait, is this stuck? No way. Does it freeze your game? Okay, here's how to actually do it. Hit the swirl with a in midair with the cannon, then find the Ghost of Yar, a black vertical line that appears behind the explosion graphics. Oh yeah, I was right. Yeah, there is a line. Yeah, that's the mean streak. Okay. And position yourself on the lower third of it. If done right, when the explosion ends, the game will stop. And the letters HSWWSH for Howard Scott Warshaw will appear in place of where select usually is. That's not select, but alright. So this is a reset. So what we're looking at right now, I thought we were looking at the high score, and here, this was the number of lives that we've got. It's not. If you hit the Easter egg, it resets your game. So this is the game select. So that's kind of interesting that the Easter egg crashes the game, essentially. According to programmer Howard Scott Warshaw, in order for his name choice to be selected by marketing... Oh, yeah, okay, right, yeah. So this is something else, something which I didn't mention, because it wasn't kind of relevant, but Howard Scott Warshaw had an issue with one of the executives that was in charge of the of Atari. So there was a period where Atari was purchased by Warner Brothers, right? And Warner Brothers sent one of their executives to Atari to basically take over. This man goes by the name of 𝗦𝘄𝗶𝘁𝗰𝗵. And because Howard Scott Warshaw had a little bit of a rebellious streak, shall we say, that's where he got the name for the game from. Ray. Yar. Ray is Yar backwards. Oh, Yar is Ray backwards, right? So it was Ray's Revenge. That's what the game was. Ray's Revenge. The other thing as well about it is that, like I said, the Yars homeworld was a planet called Rassak 4. Rassak, which is 𝗂𝗁 backwards. So the Yars from Rassak 4 is 𝗦𝘄𝗶𝘁𝗁. There's some other Easter eggs for you. This, we're talking about things that that people just weren't looking for back in these days. And yeah. And 𝗬𝗓𝗏𝗄𝗄 was like a pioneer of chucking these little references and Easter eggs into his games. I tell you what, though, as much as I wanted to continue playing Yars Revenge, I think this is a really good moment right now to bring it to a close. What better way can we end this, really? To see the credits, the in-game credits of 𝗬𝗓𝗏𝗄𝗄 in Yars Revenge. I couldn't have planned it better, honestly. But this is really cool. It's a great place to end, and I'm going to take us over to the schedule screen so we can just see what we're doing for the rest of this week. Alrighty, very simply, we've just played Yars Revenge, the original, the 1981 or 82? I think it was 81. Pretty sure it's 81. 82. You know, I'm getting some silly things wrong tonight. You know, I'm off by 1 year, or off by 1 month, or off by 1 letter in a name. I seem to be just kind of missing. I'm just missing. That's... My brain's not working. But yeah. We played the 1982 version right there, Yars Revenge. A classic game for the Atari 2600. One which I strongly recommend that folks check out and play for yourselves. Maybe write down your own high scores. Get better, get good at the game. And come over to our Discord and write your high scores. Let us know what your high scores are. I want to know. That's interesting to me. So, yeah. Let's get interested in high score games, because I am, and this is my community, so get interested. And these games are cheap, you know. These games, you can either get them on PlayStation, Xbox in the Atari Flashback Collection. You can get yourself an Atari 2600 Plus. The game cartridges, they're quite easy to find most of the time. There are a few games that you're going to have some difficulty. I've yet to actually see a copy of E.T. in the wild. I would like to get a copy of E.T. Also, Pitfall. I love Pitfall. It's one of my favorite games on the Atari 2600, and I don't have a copy. Oh, I do, but it won't work on the 2600 Plus. That's the annoying thing. Actually, will it? Hang on a minute. Let me just double check something. No, it won't. I don't even have to double check it. I can tell. So, I bought a copy of something called the Activision Action Pack, which is 4 games on 1 cartridge, which is pretty cool. It's kind of like the pack-in cartridge you get with the 2600 Plus. Actually, that's a good point. If you buy a 2600 Plus, you get the 10-in-1 cartridge. So, yeah, you can play Yars Revenge. Anyway, as I was saying, I got the action pack. The Activision action pack. And, I thought it was going to be 4 cartridges. And, it wasn't. It was 1 cartridge, and it's got a game selector. Like a menu. Game selector menu, so when you plug it in, you choose the game that you want to play, and that game starts. That doesn't work with the Atari 2600, which is very disappointing, but kind of semi-expected. But that's fine, because I like having that pack. That's a really cool pack to get hold of. I've seen a few of them around. They're not really rare, but it's just a nice pack to have. I will be looking for a proper copy of Pitfall at some point. There's a couple places I want to go back to. I haven't been retro game hunting for a little while now. There's a place about a couple of hours, I don't know, an hour and a half-ish. There's a place south of us where called Greenslopes, where there's a retro game store and they have Atari games. And there's another one even further south called Mount Gravatt. It's a mall, and they've got a place there called Super Retro. And Super Retro have got a bunch of Atari games. I bought my copy of Joust from there. I actually bought an Atari 2600 Junior from that store. And, you know, I went in looking for cartridges, for Atari cartridges, and looking for some NES cartridges. And I walk in there, and I see in the corner a still-in-box Atari 2600 Junior, which is the same console that I had when I was a kid. And I'm like, well, I have to buy that. It was like $250, and I'm like, no, it wasn't $250, was it? It was like, it was really cheap. It was like $120 or something like that. For what it was cheap. I remember being like, no way. No, you gotta be kidding. What's wrong with it? And they said there's nothing wrong with it. It works. So, yeah. I picked up an additional... So I've got two 2600 Juniors, and I've got the 2600 Plus. And I've got another 2600 Plus in the mail currently. It's on its way. It's on its way to my parents' place in the UK. So I'm probably not going to get that till next year, but I got the Pac-Man Special Edition for the 45th anniversary. I'm looking forward to seeing that arrive. Let's think. What was I going to say? I was saying something. Oh yeah, games are cheap. The Atari games are cheap. So it's not difficult to start a collection of Atari games. And I personally love Atari. I love these games. These are games that are very nostalgic to me in a lot of ways, but also I think as a basis for understanding the history of video games, I think Atari is probably one of the best documented studios, hardware producers that exists. I mean, there's a lot of documentation about Nintendo, but they don't necessarily release a lot of their own information, you know? There's a lot of stuff that we still don't know about. When it comes to Atari, we've got, I wouldn't say we've got a full collection of prototype builds of games, but we've got a lot of prototype builds for games. We've got a lot of games that we've even got games that never released for Atari 2600, you know? And the new Atari, the current custodians of the name Atari, are doing a really good job by ingratiating themselves with the community by releasing more games, by doing stuff like the Atari 50 anniversary celebration game, which is that's available on all modern systems and Steam and GOG and all that jazz. Which has got a lot of games in it. It doesn't have a lot of the extra games like Activision games or Imagic games, but it does have a lot of Atari-made games. And now, thanks to the Namco Legendary Pack, it does have a bunch of Namco games as well. 5 of the best. It's never been a better time to get into Atari. For whatever reason, if you're an old man like me, or an old woman... not like me. I'm not an old woman. I'm old, but you know what I mean. And you remember playing Atari as a kid. It's a great time to get into, getting back to that, enjoying that. In fact, you go to the Atari website, you go to the page for the Pac-Man edition Atari 2600, and one of the comments near the top was, When I was a kid, I used to play Atari with my dad. He's really old now, and it's been a long, long time, but I'm buying one of these because I'm hoping that we can get some of that back. A father and son who bonded over Atari games. And now in his father's waning years, he's looking to try and reclaim some of that for what little time he's got left. That's the story of video games. Right now, it's the story for Atari. But in 20 years, that's going to be the story for NES. Maybe a bit more than 20 years. 30 years. 30 years, that's going to be the story for NES. Another 20 years, that's going to be the story for SNES. You know? But right now is a great time to get into the history of video games and start at the beginning with Atari. It's so cheap to buy the cartridges if you decide to go that route. The Atari 2600 Plus is easy to get hold of. And if you just want to buy games for modern platforms, you can. They're available. They're pretty much available everywhere. And if not, if that's not for you, if you're not interested in buying Atari games, you know, if you look at Atari games and you think, man, even $5 is a bit too much for one of those, well, that's fine too. Check out the Internet Archive. Like I said, I downloaded an entire collection, the entire library of Atari 2600 games. I intend buying the cartridges as well, but I have the ROMs. I have the ROMs just in case, because no hardware lasts forever. And if I can keep a backup of as much of my games as possible, I'm going to do that. And so I have. And so I do. And I'm really looking forward to there's this new emulation app coming out called ISU. And that looks really good. I'm a bit scared that they advertised that you could emulate Switch on it. You made a mistake there. Like, you should have stopped at Wii U. You should have been like, oh yeah, you can emulate Wii U on this thing. But no, they've gone ahead and said you can emulate Switch on it. And I'm like, that's going to get you into trouble. But like, it's a really interesting emulation setup. It looks fantastic. Like, it's so much more like, you know, something that you would expect from something like a Wii. It kind of looks like Wii. It's also got a crossbar thing like Xbox. It really puts the modern games console creators to shame, because they've lost all the whimsy. Do you remember Wii? The Wii channels? The Wii U with the menus, and the 3DS as well, with all of those themes that they had to make the 3DS your own. All the little badges and things. That whimsy seems to be gone. I love my Switch, and I love my Switch 2 now. But it is definitely missing something. There's a little Nintendo spark that just doesn't seem to be there anymore. And I think that's a real shame. I think we've lost something there. I don't want to think that it's over. I don't want to think that Nintendo can't take that back. I want to believe that they can. I want to believe. I don't know if I do yet, though. But like I said, now is a good a time as any to get into retro gaming, and I hope that I inspire you to do so. I hope that I can be the spark that starts a flame inside of you, to enjoy and appreciate the history of video games, the history of our culture, and the history, you know, the games themselves. I've heard the comment said to me a couple of times, like, oh, well, I just don't have the nostalgia for it. It's not about nostalgia. Some of it is, sure, absolutely. But it's not just about nostalgia. It's about appreciation for all that came before us. It's having respect for those that did so that we could have, you know? And I think there are a lot of names in gaming. We know a lot of names today. We know Hideo Kojima. We know Shigeru Miyamoto. We know Masahiro Sakurai. We know Shinji Mikami. We know musicians like Koji Kondo and Nobuo Uematsu. We know these people. But there's so many that I think we don't know. So many that blazed a trail. The people that didn't walk the road. You know, the people that we are talking about right now, the Shigeru Miyamotos, the Masahiro Sakurais, the Hideki Kamiyas, the Hideo Kojimas, all of these people walked down that road, but it was people like Todd Fry, Ed Freeze, Gary Kitchen, Howard Scott Warshaw. It was businessmen like Nolan Bushnell, Ted Dabney, who was actually was more of an engineer. It was people like this that built that road. I think of it like this. The video games are floats in a parade. We're on the sidelines. We're enjoying them. We're watching these floats go by, and wow, look at that one. That was really, really cool. They've really improved this year. And you can see the people who made the floats are standing on the float saying, hey, look what I did. And we get to interact with them because there's people running alongside the floats and they're handing out things, and we're like, oh, those are some really nice things. Thank you. I feel like I'm a part of this experience. The games are the floats. The developers are the ones that created the floats. We are the crowd watching, but the people who were there, Ralph Baer, original Ralph Baer, Ted Dabney, Gary Kitchen, Todd Fry. You're not going to see their names on these floats. Their names were never written on the floats. But it was by the sweat of their brow and the breaking of their backs that the road itself, that the parade is marching on, was built. That deserves recognition. A lot of recognition. Today is my birthday. Today I turned 40, and that's 40 years of 37 years that I've played Atari. And it's also Thanksgiving. So I'm gonna say thank you. A final thank you. We did a big long bit about this at the beginning, but my final thank you for tonight is to all of those dreamers, all of those trailblazers, to all of the people whose names we know, and to everyone else whose names that we may never know. To all the artists, the sound effects creators, the musicians, to all of the developers, the programmers, the engineers, to the businessmen that saw something in video games, whether it was profit or whether it was revolution. I know for Nolan Bushnell it was a little bit of both. I know for Al Alcorn, it was a little bit of both. I know for Ted Dabney, it was revolution. I know for some, it was just the profits, and that's fine too, because you got to get money from someone. Money has to come in from somewhere before you can make a thing to sell. So to every single one of those, thank you. Thank you for building this road that I am walking down. My life would not be the same without you. So thank you. Thank you, each and every one of you. To everyone, like I said, whose name I know, and to everyone whose name I may never know. To all the people that were just kind of there, but they were part of it. Without them, the whole thing would have fallen apart. You know, people, you've got these little things. I got a couple of these things on my desk, right? They're called screws. And they're very, very small. They don't look like much. The little machine screws. Very, very tiny. They're used in PCs. Very, very small screws. They don't look like much. But the machine wouldn't work without them. Everyone has a part to play. And your part has been very important in my life. So that's who I'm giving thanks to right now. That's the final thank you for today. Thank you to everyone at Atari. Thank you to everyone who saw something in this crazy idea of video games. To the developers, the artists, the musicians, even the people who funded it, to the producers. Life wouldn't be the same without video games. Thank you. And with all that said, I will be back tomorrow with Yars Recharged. Like I kind of went off topic, didn't I? We played Yars Revenge tonight. Tomorrow we're going to be playing the updated version, Yars Recharged on Xbox. And I am going to be going for a high score. So I hope you'll come and join me for that one. It has been a wonderful night. I've been great. You've been alright as well. Let's face it. You're alright. I give you a round of applause too. But if you have enjoyed today's stream, please do consider leaving a thumbs up to let YouTube know that you like it. And consider leaving a comment. Let's chat about Atari. Let's chat about the things that we are thankful for. Especially that one. I think now is a good time. As good a time as any. I think it's always important to be thankful, but every now and again we need a holiday, a celebration, a moment, so that we can say, okay, that's a reminder. That's a reminder to be thankful. So let me know in the comments what you're thankful for. Let me know in the comments what you think of what we've been talking about throughout all of Atari Week. Do these games interest you? Do these classics interest you? I want to know. And we'll be doing this again next year, obviously. Every November, the last week of November, we will be doing more Atari Week. Real quick, November 27th, 1998, Sega launched the Dreamcast in Japan. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's right. On my birthday, the Dreamcast was launched in Japan. A friend of mine had a Dreamcast. I never had... Well, I say I never had a Dreamcast. I say while sitting next to a Dreamcast. I didn't have a Dreamcast when I was a kid. friend of mine had a Dreamcast. Happy birthday to Dreamcast as well. Absolutely. Bloody hell, Dreamcast. It's a few years behind me yet. It's a few years behind me yet. But, you know, it's getting there. It's nearly there. Give it another... What is it? Give it another 3 years and it'll be a 30-year-old system. That's wild. 1998. 2 years away from the year 2000. And, that was 30 years ago. No, time is bad. Stop. Okay? I'm done with this. I'm done with getting older. I refuse. I'm gonna take a stand, okay? I've allowed it to go this far, but I'm done with it. I've had enough. I refuse to get any older, and you can't make me. But I hope you do turn up again tomorrow when we play Yars Recharged. We're going for a high score. As always, we're going for a high score. So, yeah. I hope you've had a good time. I hope you've enjoyed tonight's stream. I saw that we had a fair few people in here earlier. The numbers have kind of dropped down, but that's to be expected. We're quite late now. It's like 1 in the morning. So, time, I think, to bring this to a close. If you are new here and you've enjoyed these streams, please do consider subscribing. I will be playing more Atari in the future. I will be playing more Yars Recharged in the future. I will be doing more high score runs for other games as well. I just picked up Berserk Recharged. That was another thing I picked up in the sales. So we're going to be playing some Berserk Recharged on Xbox as well very soon. And after this week, we've got a few games coming. We got a few games coming in December. Oh, I do need to make a quick announcement. Maybe I should do this tomorrow. I'll talk about it tomorrow as well, but I'm going to post this to my posts page. I'm also going to post it to Discord later, just to be sure. But I have decided that I will not be playing Metroid Prime 4 on the channel. There are a couple of reasons why, but the major reason, the one thing that right now I don't have enough of is time. And I don't think I'm going to be able to finish playing Metroid Prime 4 before we split up for Christmas. So the streams, we're going to be going back to streaming as normal, you know, after this week. We're going back to our normal streams. I'm going to be playing Age of Calamity. I'm going to be playing... no, not Age of Calamity. Sorry, Age of Imprisonment. We're going to continue playing Age of Imprisonment. We're going to be playing a little bit of Silk Song. But I do want to take a break from Silk Song. I'll explain that more when we actually get around to playing it. But I also... There's a few other games that I want to play before we end off this year, because there's some things that I want. There's something I want to do next year, and I'm dedicating next year to being like a catch-up year, you know, that I'm only going to be playing games I've never played before. So there are a few games on my list that I want to play that I've already started playing or I've played before, so I'm going to do that before we break up for November. One of those is going to be Pac-Man World Repack. So we're going to continue the celebrations, admittedly not necessarily Atari, but we're going to be celebrating Namco. We're going to continue it forward during the year of the 45th anniversary of Pac-Man, and we're going to send this year out with a bang, playing Pac-Man World Repack. I hope that's something you're going to look forward to, because that's a great game. It's a game that I feel went under a lot of people's radars. And I mean, like, anytime there's been a Pac-Man game that wasn't the original Pac-Man, it's quite often gone under people's radars. But I have played it before. I played it on the PlayStation. So it's going to be a very, very long time since I last played it, and I don't think I even finished it. So I'm going to be playing Pac-Man World Repack on Nintendo Switch, and I'll be playing that in December. So if that's something that interests you, if, you know, me doing more Atari stuff is something that interests you, if Legend of Zelda is something that interests you, we're going to be doing all kinds of adventure games, RPGs, and stuff like that, all throughout 2026. So please do consider subscribing, because otherwise you won't get notified when I next go live. But again, thank you everyone for being here. It's been amazing. It's really been good to see so many people here. We've had a bit of a shit time the past few months since September, but this is on the up, you know? It's good to see so many people interested and engaged and watching and learning about Atari and the beginning of the games industry. The people that built the road that we today are walking on. So, from me, be good to yourselves. Be excellent to each other. Play more video games. Play more classic, retro video games. And until I see you, I wish you all peace and high scores. Good night, everyone.